breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines. Yesterday, Pitt basketball fell to North Carolina 79-65. Next up for the Panthers will be Notre Dame this upcoming Saturday at 2 o'clock right here on the Fan with coverage beginning at 1:30. Also from yesterday, Penn State fell to Oregon 83-72. Duquesne took down St. Bonaventure 78-73. West Virginia a 74-67 winner over Central Florida. And today, Robert Morris takes on Oakland at 2. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com right now. A Sunday morning with Jack Kilgrove.
We're talking all things Pittsburgh sports all weekend.
You're doing it all weekend, too?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Sports Sharp 412 says in the YouTube chat right away, streaming on a Sunday morning, ? You're darn tootin' we're streaming on a Sunday morning. Anytime Joel Nelson's manning the controls, we're firing on all cylinders. Julie, I had this discussion with a pal the other day because I have a breakfast sandwich this morning and it made me think of it. I'm putting you on the spot right now. What is your Mount Rushmore of sandwiches?
Well, all right. So since a burger is placed between two buns, does that count as a sandwich?
Yeah.
Okay.
A cheeseburger is on my Mount Rushmore as well.
Okay. So a burger.
A cheeseburger, right?
Yeah, cheeseburger.
Okay, right. I just want to be specific.
Meatball sub, does that count?
Yeah, I can throw it on there. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I'm not going to flat out disagree.
Sure.
That's a good one.
I know one for a fact. A really good grilled cheese with the Texas toast. Yep. Maybe some tomato and bacon as well.
Okay. But the staple grilled cheese is on there for you.
Yeah, I think so.
So you've got a cheeseburger, a grilled cheese, a meatball sub. What's your fourth?
It would be weird to keep pulled pork off the list.
Wow. That is that is a deep cut.
If I had to think of something like an on the fly list, that's the first four things that come to mind.
Wow. Okay, so mine is a little bit more Americana, a little bit more straight to the point. I feel like a cheeseburger is definitely on my Mount Rushmore sandwiches. And why I thought of it this morning is because it's what I'm eating. Cheeseburger, a bacon, egg, and cheese, a Philly cheesesteak, and the peanut butter and jelly.
It's a good list.
That is, I feel like,
a good
the
list.
clear-cut Mount Rushmore of sandwiches. And then if you had to maybe sub one out for one in, the grilled cheese for the bacon, egg, and cheese.
I think the Philly cheesesteak would be first off the bench for me.
Yeah, BLT, not my particular cup of tea, but I think it's in the conversation just because it's so notable. Maybe a traditional Italian sub. There's a lot you could do with the sandwich.
There really is.
You could just completely go nuts and throw ice cream sandwich on there.
That's true. That is technically.
I feel like if caffeine break, sorry, it's early. If I had to open one restaurant, it would probably be a sandwich shop.
I like it. What about like a sandwich and wings sort of place?
See,
but at the same time, like sandwich, like that's a much more mobile.
I don't know if I could do wings. Because if we're under the assumption that the restaurant's opening up here, I think there are a ton of places already in Pittsburgh.
Sure.
Pittsburgh is... So Joe Manganiello was on a podcast a while ago and got laughed at for suggesting that the pizza game in Pittsburgh was better than the pizza game in New York.
That's a take.
I appreciate the Yinzer optimism, but he's wrong there. I'll put the Pittsburgh pizza's fine. It's good. It's probably better than most cities. It's not better than New York. I'll put the Pittsburgh wing scene top 5 in the country.
Yeah.
I mean,
competing right there. Well, not with Buffalo, but in that same.
Just like New York is in, I think, a class of its own in the pizza game. Buffalo is in a class of its own in the chicken wing game. But right below it is Pittsburgh. That's the thing is like, you look at, my buddy just started a wing review TikTok page, and he gets flooded with comments. You got to try this place. You got to try this place. You got to try this place. There are so many places in the area that just do chicken wings very, very well, which is why I wouldn't do it. I feel like the chicken wing game is already very well established in Pittsburgh.
It's been taken care of.
But if I can get like a food truck or a small place that does like 5 or 6 cold cut sandwiches really well and 5 or 6 off the griddle sandwiches really well. You got your mix of your cold and hot. That's good living right there. But instead, we talk about sports. Instead, we grace the airwaves bright and early on a Sunday morning. This is how you know the 93.7 The Fan is a beast in this town. We are 5 minutes into a Sunday morning stream on YouTube. Sunday morning at 7 a.m., 16 people already up bright and early watching. And I've had this conversation with you. Obviously, the YouTube numbers do well throughout the week on all the main shows, but I feel like a bulk of our audience on Sunday mornings are people in their cars on their way to church, on their way to breakfast, on their way to running errands. I feel like Sunday morning is a day with all the churchgoers and all the people that get up and maybe have a Sunday morning breakfast tradition. You're in your car listening to us. You're not, sitting down on your phone, on your computer, commenting away like we already have several people, Neil and Sports Sharp, commenting away on a Sunday morning. But here we are. We're up to 19 now. Stream started 8 minutes ago, Jolie. Let's get after it. No phone, no guests today. No phone. Always phones. No guests today. 7 to 11. Your calls. Couple of topics on the table at 412-928-9370. One that I thought of late last night because you and I, Joel, had this concern. Like, oh, man, what are we going to talk about? We'll talk about the Daytona 500 because Jolie's a big wrestling guy. Wrestling. See, it's early. It's early. You're a big racing guy. I don't know if I've.
You could save the wrestling for Charlie and Sean.
And Donnie. And
that's right.
I don't think I've had the opportunity to talk racing on a program yet. So I'm excited to do that with you. You've got your Ryan Blaney shirt on. You're ready to roll. 412-928-9370. Other topic that I thought of last night, given the festivities of the weekend, Valentine's Day. 2 questions. Number one, have you personally or have you seen somebody propose to a significant other at a sporting event? And is a sporting event an appropriate place to propose to your future spouse? 412-928-9370. And then as we kind of get into the meat and potatoes of the show this morning, I want to rank 3 to 1 the excitability that you have for the following. The Penguins, after the Olympic break, who are right in the thick of the Metropolitan Division and right in the thick of the Eastern Conference playoff push. What's your excitability like for what the Penguins can do post-Olympic break, trying to make a playoff push, realistically for the first time in several years? So that's one. What's your excitability for the Steelers' offseason? New head coach, 12 draft picks. The draft is in Pittsburgh. A decent enough amount of cap space. Is Aaron Rodgers going to come back? How much will the roster shake up because there's a new head coach and a new coaching staff? What's your excitement level like for the Steelers offseason? And number one, I don't want to give it away yet, but another one, the Pittsburgh Pirates in 2026. $100 million payroll for the first time ever. Competent offense on the way, at least on paper. Paul Skeens is still in the rotation and the best pitcher on the planet. Is this the most excited you've been about a Pirates season in February in a long time? So again, we're going to rank the excitability of the 3 Pittsburgh pro sports teams at 412-928-9370, 3 to 1. Least excited for to most excited for. The Penguins post-Olympic break and the playoff push potentially. The Steelers offseason and the draft in Pittsburgh. And the Pirates in 2026. Connor Griffin didn't mention him. Least excited to most excited. How would you rank those 3 things at 412-928-9370? Jolie, just so I could take a bite of my sandwich, I'll put you on the spot right now again. How would you rank those 3 things from most excited to least excited? Penguins, playoff push, Steelers offseason, Pirates, regular season.
I think third, I'll have the Pirates, even though they've significantly, I don't know about significantly, but, upgraded their roster and such and doing some things a little bit different this year. Second, I will say, man, that's tough between the Penguins and Steelers. It's going to, the interesting thing will be, can they sustain their success that they had and momentum going into the Winter Olympics and such? And, are they a team who's built to keep up that momentum? We know teams like, Colorado and all the other big names in the NHL definitely are. The Penguins, they are still, a new sort of younger team and such. Do they have what it takes to, sustain it going into the second half of the year? We'll see. I'm anxious about that. And then, the Steelers with their first new head coach in ages, Mike McCarthy. And, probably Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback, and maybe it ends up not being Aaron Rodgers, but a whole new coaching staff, whole new regime with Mike McCarthy instead of Mike Tomlin for the first time in what feels like forever. It's still crazy to think about that it's not Mike Tomlin as Steelers head coach. So Pirates 3, Penguins 2, and then the Steelers 1. A lot of, not nerves, but, those general anxious nerves with this upcoming Steelers season and the draft.
I'm shocked you went that way. And that's good for sports talk radio because we're not going to agree, so we'll have different angles of this thing. I'm going Penguins 3. I'm going to wait until we're going to get into this more later on in the show because I want to get to the 500. I want to get to the U.S. and the Olympic hockey and a couple of other Olympic headlines making waves this weekend. I want to get into proposing at a sporting event. Is it appropriate? Is it selfish because you're at a sporting event, something you maybe potentially enjoy more than your significant other? I want to get into all that. I also want to get into pit hoops, and we're going to do that before the break. But I'm going with the Penguins 3. Not that I'm not excited at all. There's excitement and cases to be made for each, why you could be most excited for all of them. But I am least excited for the Penguins after the Olympic break, not because I don't think they'll make the playoffs, but because I'm just worried about the goaltending. I think Shilovs and Skinner are both fine. I think both of them are inconsistent, and I think both of them are not consistent starter caliber goalies. I think the Penguins, I've said this before, I think the Penguins have two really good number 2 goalies. They don't have a bona fide stud. If I had to pick one that would most likely turn into that, it's Skinner. He's shown it in flashes. But again, I think there's some inconsistency there. And I think the Penguins have a chance to win at least one playoff series. But anything that prevents the Penguins from really making a playoff run, at least now, this season with this group, I think is the goaltending. So that's why I'm going with the Penguins at number 3. I'll give you 2 and 1, Pirates or Steelers, later on in the program. But I do want to give the listeners a chance to chime in as well. 412-928-9370. Where do you rank your excitability 3 to 1, least excited to most excited for the rest of the Penguins season, the Steelers off season, and the Pirates right now in spring training getting set for 2026? 412-928-9370. Pitt basketball. I've complained. I've voiced my opinion. I've said what I think they need to do leadership-wise on multiple times on these shows, on these airwaves. Those opinions don't change. They lose by 14 yesterday. North Carolina's leading scorer, it doesn't even play, and it doesn't matter. Tar Heels are 20-5 and 8-4, and that goes to show you the work I think that Alan Green, Pitt's new athletic director, has cut out for himself. Not that I don't think he can't get the job done, but I'm not sold on Hubert Davis as a head coach in college basketball. The guy that took over at North Carolina for the legendary Roy Williams. And I don't think Hubert Davis, in large part, has done a very good job. He's been the head coach at North Carolina since 21-22. Furthest he's gone is the Sweet 16. But last year, they lost 14 games. 22-23, they lost 13 games. 11-9 in the ACC. And then in his first season, 15-5. Made it all the way to the national title game. I'm sorry, he did not the furthest he got was the Sweet 16. He made it all the way to the final game in 21-22 before kind of going downhill a little bit. But again, not sold on Hubert Davis. But why has North Carolina been able to get to 20-5, almost flipping the script, and 8-4 in the league? Well, it's because the North Carolina basketball's got deep pockets. And with the tradition and history of North Carolina basketball and the backing that program has, as long as you can find the right horses that mesh together, you can spend money on players, but as long as the collective works together, you're fine. And that's what's going on in North Carolina. Again, making the tournament last year, not getting past that first weekend, 13-7 in the league. They lost 14 games overall last season. Boom, 20-5. You're looking like you're primed to make a run. Pitt does not have that luxury. Pitt is not North Carolina when it comes to NIL and when it comes to being able to recruit basketball players. And that's the work that Alan Green has cut out for himself. How do you carve out that piece of the pie, so to speak? Not just for basketball, but for football as well in today's wild, wild west that is college athletics. But as far as these final 5 games go, Pitt against Notre Dame, Stanford, Cal, Florida State, and Syracuse. 5 teams, not very good teams in the grand scheme of the ACC. Cal, Florida State, Notre Dame, Syracuse, all under 500 in league play. And Pitt at 2-11, you would like to think that they have a chance to end the season relatively on a high note and at least make the ACC tournament. But that's one of the things that's back in play and hasn't been in play, whether that be at, in the end of Pitt's tenure in the Big East, the tail end, or since they've been in the ACC. Now that the ACC has expanded to 18 teams, it's back to a situation where not every team in the conference makes the conference tournament. Used to be like that in the Big East. In the Big East's heyday of 16 teams, only the top 12 made the tournament. They went away with that. They started going with a double bye system, and then once Pitt went to the ACC, same thing. Not anymore. Bottom 3 get cut off. And again, even though the Pitt has a chance to make the ACC tournament still, they also have a chance to be completely left off the list because you've got matchups, again, against teams Syracuse, Cal, Florida State, 6-7, 6-7, 5-7 in the league. Stanford is 5-8, and Notre Dame is 3-10 in the conference. All 5 teams remaining on Pitt basketball schedule are under 500 in league play, but 3 of them are on the road. 2 of those 3 in a West Coast road swing. Something new that Pitt has to deal with, something new that ACC teams have to deal with. They're going to play Stanford on Wednesday, Cal next Saturday, and presumably stay out on the West Coast. And then you close the year at Syracuse, place that historically you don't really play well in either. 5 games, there's a chance Pitt goes 1-4. If they go 1-4, they'll finish 3-15 in the league. That would be Jeff Capel's worst ACC record since taking over the program in 2018-2019. And I put it like this. You look back at 2018 and 2019, and you look back at how abysmal Pitt basketball was and what the type of program Jeff Capel inherited. Jeff still went 14-19 and 3-15 in the league in year 1, immediately following a season for Pitt basketball, which they won like 7 games total, none of them in the conference. That program in 17-18 under Kevin Stallings, dead to rights. And then 8 years later, you have a chance to only tie that. Granted, Jeff made a tournament. He's had a couple of ACC winning seasons, and that's all fine and dandy. But when you compare year 1 to year 8 for Jeff Capel, the start to the most present. 14 wins, 3 conference wins. Pitt has to win out or at least win 5 more games, right? And maybe one in the ACC tournament. Regardless, they've got to win 5 more games with 5 regular season games left on the schedule to tie 14 wins. And they have a chance to still be 3-15 in the league this season, year 1 to year 8. And you compare year 1 to year 8 with the thought in the back of your mind of how atrocious the program was when Jeff took it over. Which leads me to ask this question. Is Pitt really that far removed from all that? 412-928-9370. I would like to think so. I thought that they were certainly out of the gutter in 22-23 when Blake Hinson was chucking things up and making them from 40 feet, and that group was just so fun to watch and made the tournament and won a couple of games. Now I'm not so sure. The Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. 412-928-9370. Your thoughts on Pitt Hoops if you have it. Plus, what's your excitement level rank? 3-1. Least excited to most excited for the following. The rest of the Penguins season and a potential playoff run. The Steelers offseason with a new head coach. The Pirates right now heading into 2026. Least excited to most excited, rank them at 412-928-9370. I'm Jack Hillgrove. Joel Nelson is alongside. We'll be back in a moment on a Fan Sunday morning.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt falls to North Carolina 79-65, dropping the Panthers to 9-17 on the season. Next game for the Panthers will be next Saturday against Notre Dame. Coverage on the Fan will begin at 1:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter brought to you by the fine folks at South Hills Kia in Peters Township. You can visit them online at southhillskia.net. Sunday, February 15, 2026. Jack Hillgrove with you until 11 o'clock this morning. And taking your calls at 412-928-9370. Joel Nelson is here. We are with you for the next 3 hours and change. And anytime that you, I don't want to say are grasping at straws, but you might need a little bit of a boost when it comes to what to talk about, you turn to the masses, you turn to our loyal listeners. Neil in the YouTube chat mentions opening day in baseball, a holiday in my book. And it made me think during the break, Jolie, and I'll ask you this. If you had to rank the top sports days or events that should be national holidays in our country, I think near the top of the list, actually my top three, I'd probably go with the first 2 days of the March Madness tournament.
Yes.
Because, we can get into that too, which, and somebody mentioned in the YouTube chat earlier that I'm less interested in upcoming March Madness, and I agree because of although that fight yesterday, St. John's and Providence.
The old Patino Bowl.
Yeah, got me a little bit excited for, what the Big East can provide entertainment-wise down the stretch. But nonetheless, I look forward to at least that first Thursday of the big tournament every year, especially in college. Like, we would all skip class. I don't have any problem admitting that now. I would skip class both Thursday and Friday. We would prep for it. Like, when we all lived in the dorms at Waynesburg, we would draw up, like, architectural plans for how to position the TVs, who's bringing the TV from their room, where are we putting it up, what's the main TV, what games are going on each TV respectively. We planned it all out. And we would sit in a dorm room for 12 hours and watch college basketball all day. It was just unbelievably fun.
And incrinculant.
Yes, some of the best memories I've ever had from college. I would put that 3, though. 2 and 1, I think, are a little bit more cut and dry. I'm going to give opening day the edge because baseball's been around longer. And I think opening day, because a lot of teams play them, on a weekday in the middle of the afternoon nowadays, I think that should be a holiday and the day after the Super Bowl. Next year, it's going to work out. This time next year will be President's Day. And the Super Bowl is next Valentine's Day. So Super Bowl 61 now less than a calendar year away officially. Next year, the calendar shakes out where it's Super Bowl Sunday, President's Day Monday. That's how it should be every year. So I'm going to go with at least the first day of the NCAA basketball tournament 3, day after the Super Bowl 2, opening day in baseball number 1. And if I left one out, you can chime in if there's another one you think may be a little bit more deserving of a.
Those were the 3 I had in mind. I would just flip 2 and 1 because the day after the Super Bowl is already being talked. It might get talked into existence.
Yeah, Roger Goodell's been incredibly open about that too.
Yeah, it's probably gonna get talked into existence at some point, it would seem. So I would rank that 1, and then MLB opening day 2, and then the Thursday and Friday that open up March Madness as 3. They're all really, anything could be number 1 though.
Are we missing one?
NBA is not impactful enough. No. NHL is not impactful enough. Thursday night football, the opening game is always played at night, of course. Golf, with the Masters and such, that goes on throughout the day, but not popular enough.
Yeah, and that's and the most notable
cancel school in that.
No, and the most notable stuff from any golf tournament Saturday, Sunday, because it's the 3rd and 4th round. But the Masters, I guess, is and the U.S. Open too. Those are the 2 tournaments that I will make sure to watch on Thursday. The Masters even before that because of the par 3 challenge and all that stuff. But no, not quite big enough. Yeah, I think those are pretty cut and dry. 3, 2, 1, and then you can kind of rank them however you see fit. 412-928-9370. Pitt basketball could miss the ACC tourney altogether. And that would be pretty damn embarrassing. They lost yesterday on the road to North Carolina by 14. I wasn't expecting them to win yesterday, not by a long shot. Top 10 team on the road. Pitt historically has not played very well in Chapel Hill since joining the ACC, and I wasn't expecting them to win. But again, when you compare year 1 of Jeff Capel to year 8 of Jeff Capel, which we are in, they won 14 regular season games overall, and they went 3-15 in the league. If things continue to go the way that they have gone, Pitt might go 3-15 in the league. And if they do go 3-15 in the league, they're not winning 14 games. Worse record. And then you take into account where the program was when Jeff took it over in 2018. And he was still more successful in year 1? How does that make any sense? How does that compute? No, I watched a lot of Pitt basketball under Jamie Dixon and continued to watch a lot of Pitt basketball under Kevin Stallings. I don't think it's a stretch to say that the 2016-17 Pitt basketball team is the worst sporting team fielded in our city of all time. Now, I'm sure there were some Pirates teams way back in the day that were pretty atrocious, or the Steelers in the early going pretty atrocious, or the Penguins before Lemieux pretty bad. But that Pitt basketball team in 16-17 was horrendous. And they had a couple of guys playing valuable minutes on that team that I'm not sure would have been starters on mid-major programs that season. That's where the program was when Jeff Capel took it over. And flash forward 8 years later with the same coaching staff, the same head coach, the same philosophy, the same way of doing things. The conference record, it might be, best case scenario, a game or two better. And you have several less regular season wins. What are we doing? Again, the landscape of college basketball and the landscape of college athletics today is just such a mess. It's such this game. It's this game of, yes, it's broken, but we can't blame the athletes. I can't blame a guy like Charles Bediako at Alabama for wanting to return to Alabama if he can. The NCAA made him eligible, granted him his eligibility after being drafted in the first round and after playing in the NBA's G League. He was able to go back to Alabama, and Nate Oates, their coach, explained it perfectly. Well, here, being Alabama, the development's better and the money's better. You're making more money NIL-wise than you are in the G League. The coaching staff, a little bit more focused on your development. You're not spending time in airports because G League teams fly commercial. You don't fly commercial when you play for a big-time Division I program. You have a dietitian, you have a strength coach, you have all that personal to you. And it's a better overall environment for a young player. So, no, you can't blame the athlete. But you look at the NCAA and be like, what the hell are you doing? Letting that guy be eligible after playing professional basketball, and he's not the only case. And that's one of the very many things wrong with college athletics today. So it's this Wild West, this cesspool of nobody really knows what the hell the rules are that Jeff Capel and head coaches and athletic directors and, the Alan Greens of the world have to navigate. And it's tough. But at the end of the day, I'm a guy that talks into a microphone and talks about sports. And one of the things that I tried to stay true to, and one of the things that I promised to myself when I took this job back here at the Fan, was when it comes to criticism, I'm going to criticize the stuff that happens in between the lines, on the field, on the court, when it comes to, area coaches and players, athletes and coaches in this town. I like Jeff Capel. I think Jeff Capel's a good guy. I think he represents the program well. But the team stinks in year 8 of Jeff Capel. In year 8 of the same coaching staff. No changes made to the coaching staff in 8 years. So I'm going to judge the on-the-court product heavily and tell you that the on-the-court product sucks, because it does. But then you start playing the game of, well, how fair is it? Because look at the hand that Jeff's been dealt NIL-wise. Not necessarily Pitt NIL-wise, but what they have to compete with, what's better than them in the league, and just the landscape of college athletics in general. It's a tough game to play. But again, I try to just boil it down to what I watch in between the lines, and what I've watched in between the lines for Pitt basketball for the better part of the last 8 years, and particularly this season, has just not been good enough. 412-928-9370. You can join Coach Dave Gray for an X Point Wins book signing at Play It Again Sports in Cranberry Saturday next week, the 21st, 1 to 4 p.m., where you can support youth sports. 10% of the sales will support the Assisted Goals Foundation, an organization that provides scholarships to help keep kids in the game of hockey. Shop, meet Coach Dave, and help give back. You can find the details for that event at 937thefan.com. We'll get to your phone calls next at 412-928-9370, plus this question for you on the Fan Hotline as well. Is it appropriate to propose at a sporting event? Have you seen a proposal at a sporting event? Have you proposed at a sporting event? And what are your thoughts on it, given this Valentine's Day weekend? 412-928-9370. My name's Jack Hillgrove. We're with you until 11 o'clock this morning right here on The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, 67 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt falls to North Carolina 79-65, dropping the Panthers to 9-17 on the season. Next game for the Panthers will be next Saturday against Notre Dame. Coverage on The Fan will begin at 1:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Welcome back to The Fan on a Sunday morning with yours truly, Jack Hillgrove, with you until 11 o'clock this morning. Jolie, is that schedule right? That I would assume because our boss sent it out. Paul Alexander from 1 to 6 later today?
Looks like it.
Just like a 5-hour shift for Guy. He'll bring the energy for all 5 hours. That I don't have.
He will.
A doubt in my mind.
And those phone lines will be. I can't think. It's been a minute since Paul's been on the air, so he'll have a lot to share. I don't know if he's been on since the McCarthy hiring, so he will have a lot to share, and those phone lines will be jam packed.
Yeah, it'll be me till 11. Ponies FanDuel show from 11 to 1, and then Paul this afternoon. So that is the Sunday lineup for us here at 93.7 The Fan. Paul in Washington did call in and then hung up. So, Paul, if you really want to get your Pit Hoops take off, call back. I went back to the call screen to put you through, and now you're gone. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. 40s this afternoon with a chance of showers. Rain. Imagine that after the month of January that we had. And then temps in the 60s for the middle part of the week. Break the shorts out, baby. Is it appropriate to propose at a sporting event? 412-928-9370. Given Valentine's Day weekend, given everything that Valentine's Day brings to the table, and as I try to incorporate it into sports, you see it all the time. On the Jumbotron, guy gets down on one knee, place goes nuts when the lovely young lady says yes. But, is that really where you want to propose? Is that where you proposed? 412-928-9370. I would love if somebody called in and said, yep, my wife and I have been married for X amount of years. I proposed to her at a Steeler game, and everybody in our section went berserk. I would love that kind of story. 412-928-9370. For me, and I'm going to get to that point soon in my young life, I will not be doing it at a sporting event. A proposal, I feel like, is one of those things that should be shared between you and that person. And at the most, immediate family and friends. I don't need the validation of a couple hundred people in my section at a Penguin game or a Steeler game or a Pirate game cheering because my fiance became my fiance in that moment. Now, if the Pirates in PNC Park or the Steelers in Acrisure Stadium is like a defining moment in your relationship and is a cornerstone of the whole thing, right? If she's a big sports girl, then yeah, like one of my very dear friends, Jolie, and given the spirit of the day, one of my very good friends from college proposed to his bride to be at a NASCAR race.
That's awesome.
I forget which one. Maybe Atlanta, which is next week. Regardless, but they're both massive racing fans. But I don't need everybody, like a bunch of strangers around there, like stopping what they're doing and paying attention to me and my person. And if you want my honest opinion, not because he's my friend, Donnie did it right. Donnie and Sarah's a big sports girl. Donnie did it on the North Shore. They both love Pittsburgh. They both love the sports teams, but Donnie did it on the North Shore. It was a moment that he and Sarah shared themselves. And then Donnie said, oh, why don't we go to Mike's and celebrate? And then once they got there, surprise, all of Donnie and Sarah's close family and friends were there to surprise Sarah for like an impromptu, you guys just got engaged party. That's the way to do it. Share the moment special with your person. And then if you want to celebrate with family and friends, either right after or in the coming weeks, that's the way to do it. But if you guys have season tickets together for a Pirate game and you want to do it in your propose, not do it. This isn't a Malsey Blue Chew read. If you want to propose in your assigned seats because they mean that much to you, by all means. That's just not my cup of tea. 412-928-9370. Paul, where'd you go? I'm glad you got back to us. Why'd you hang up? I was getting ready to take your call.
Well, I was afraid you were going to do that while I was pumping gas, Jack.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I wasn't sure what your plans were this morning, but by all means, the floor is yours.
Yeah, hey, I'm glad you touched on a subject that really rubs me the wrong way, and it rubs me the wrong way since they hired this bum. They should have hired Brandon Knight years ago, and they'd have still had that New York City, Northern Jersey connection, and we might have never missed a beat. But instead, Heather Light has so damaged the Pitt programs, even without her being here, by her inability to judge talent. I mean, Jeff Capel, the only good year he had was at Oklahoma when he had Blake Griffin. That's it. The only reason he got this job was because he was on Coach K's staff. And as far as Narduzzi, look at both of these guys. You can't get rid of them because the buyout is too much. She signed them to extensions when neither one deserved them. They don't know how to recruit their own backyard, which is a major problem. And as far as NIL goes, college athletics is dying, and it's all because of NIL. These guys get a daggone scholarship, room and board, and that should be the extent of it. This is just minor league basketball, minor league football, minor league baseball. It's a crock of crap if you ask me. Let's get rid of these bums while the getting's good. And you know what? If this Green decides he's going to make a boneheaded move like Heather Light, then he should be shown the door, too. I'm tired of Pitt being a doormat for all these other teams. Let's get back to Big East Pitt basketball and show people who we are.
Oh,
I'm
Paul.
out of here, Jack. Take care.
You got it, brother. Thanks for the call this morning. There's a clip that surfaces on Twitter every now and again. Not the 09 team that went to the Elite Eight the year before, Ronald Ramon's senior year. They were in the Garden getting ready to play a Big East tournament game, and the Madison Square Garden booming voice of the public address announcer in Madison Square Garden is announcing Pitt's starting lineup with the instrumental to Hypnotize by the Notorious B.I.G. in the background, Levance Fields, Ronald Ramon, Sam Young, a freshman, DeJuan Blair. I mean, that team was just awesome. And I mean, that is core memory of my childhood. You're never going to get back to that because the Big East is not the same. They've got some of the old players, the Patinos at St. John's and the Providences and the Catholic institutions that were a part of the Big East. They're still there. But you don't have UConn, you don't have Syracuse, you don't have Pitt, you don't have Louisville, you don't have West Virginia. So you're never going to get back to that point. And it's interesting that Paul brought up Brandon Knight. And here's a take for you. Back when people were clamoring for Brandon Knight to get the Pitt job, again, arguably the best Pitt basketball player of the 21st century, number retired, one of the very few at the time that played in the NBA from Pitt, on Jamie Dixon's coaching staff for a very long time. Yeah, sure, give him a stab at the job. Alum, Pitt guy, the whole 9 yards. He wasn't ready. Because in 2016, a decade ago, he was only 34 years old. Now, given what I've watched for the last 8 years, and hindsight very much being 2020, I wish they would have taken a flyer on Brandon Knight. I do. But the other question, and the devil's advocate to that point is like, well, okay, well, why is Brandon Knight still an assistant at Rutgers? Once Dixon was done in 2016, Brandon Knight went to Rutgers as an assistant coach, was just an assistant for 5 years, promoted to associate head coach in 2021. He's been there since he left Pitt. Why has he not elevated himself to getting a head coaching job, or is that just not something in the cards for him? I don't know. But I do think that that's a telling factor in this as well. 412-928-9370. Dylan in Washington's on the Fan. What's up, Dylan?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Good, man. How are you?
Oh, man, I'm just out here driving around, door dashing, looking for some offers, trying to make some money here day after Valentine's Day, but I think it's a little early. I just called in to share my story. A topic was you guys were talking about proposing at sporting events. I am your guy who went ahead and did that.
All right, give me the lowdown. Give me the play-by-play. What game? How'd it go? Reception of the whole thing? Go for it.
All right, so this is going to sound insane, but so my girlfriend at the time, wife currently of almost 7 years, she had bought me some tickets to a baseball game, Pirates opening day in Cincinnati.
Okay.
So we decided we were going to make a big trip out of this. It was a present for me for my college graduation from Cal U. So we made this little special trip to Cincinnati. Now, I knew that Kylie was the girl I wanted to marry for a long time. So I figured, hey, maybe we'll make this trip our,
Now, did she get you those tickets, Dylan, because you're a baseball guy, or is she baseball? Is she sports as well?
I'm the baseball guy.
Okay.
Die hard. I'm Pittsburgh, everything. I bleed black and gold, obviously, but probably Pirates more than anything. I got to see a World Series before I die. Anyhow, so we head down to Cincinnati for their opening day, and as you can imagine, not a whole lot of black and gold in the area. And for some reason, I decided in the crowd full of Cincinnati Reds fans to get on one knee and propose to my girlfriend right outside of the big, it's the ride that sits there right in the stretch outside of their stadium. And that was about the only 5 minutes we got some claps from people. The rest of the time, it was boos and a lot of hatred from those Reds fans. Buccos ended up losing that day. But both of us were on TV, too. So that was kind of cool. We made it onto AT&T Sportsnet at the time.
The proposal made it on?
No. It was actually just a quick snapshot of my wife and I.
Oh, there you go.
Sitting in the stands. I was actually biting my nails. Corey Dickerson was up with the bases loaded and a chance to potentially tie the game because it was the top of the ninth and, friendly ballpark there for lefties. So I thought maybe we had a chance, and I was biting my nails, and the camera happened to just pan right to us, and we got a good view of that. But yeah, it was an awesome day. She did say yes. We've been married 7 years now. We have an almost 5-year-old, and now it wasn't quite during the game. It was before the game, but like I said, leading up to that moment, these fans were ruthless, booing us out the whole entire walk over to the stadium, and for about 5 minutes there, it was pretty graceful. Everybody was congratulating us and very happy for us. So I just wanted to call in and share that story with you.
No, I'm glad you did, man. Thanks for picking up the phone. I'm glad that you guys are still together and have a happy family. That's awesome. Again, not my cup of tea. Especially, I thought maybe he was going to go the route of, oh, yeah, we both love baseball, which is fine. If that is a cornerstone of your relationship, that's fine. Maddie and I now live in Robinson. I hate to put her on blast. I love her to death. She's not awake yet, so I'm going to do it. We now live in the Robinson area. She suggested about a week ago, hey, want to go out for a nice dinner? Maybe we'll go to Ditka's because there's a Ditka's Steakhouse right there by the mall. I said, yeah, okay. And I don't know what prompted me to ask her, but I asked her. I'm like, who's that named after? And she goes, I don't know. So she is not a sports person by any means. which is why when I do pop the question one day, it will not be at a sporting event. 412-928-9370. Have you done it like Dylan in Washington? How did it go? Did you watch a proposal at a sporting event? And what was your thoughts of it at 412-928-9370? Good stuff so far for the first hour. Let's keep it rolling till 11 a.m. I'm Jack Hillgrove, and this is a Sunday morning on The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Hey guys, it's Brew. And you know, last year was a big year for me. Ran my first marathon. Well, we're not stopping there. I'm doing my first Ironman later this year with the help from Factor Meals. Factor Meals helps you eat like a pro so you can perform at your best every day. Well, Factor makes it easy for you to stay on track. Their chef-crafted, dietitian-approved meals can be ordered right now from your phone and are ready to eat in just 2 minutes. Factor's high-protein, nutrient-packed meals make it easy to stay on your game every day. Because remember, what you put in shapes what you get out. Unlock nutrition that powers your ambition at factormeals.com. Get Factor and eat like a pro.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. This winter has seen unprecedented temperatures and weather. Help keep your neighbors warm with Dollar Energy Fund as they support families across Western Pennsylvania who need help with their utility bills. For nearly 20 years, Warmathon has raised funds to keep homes safe and warm. Give today at warmathon.com. Jurgles and Dresky Entertainment is putting the next big thing on stage. Check the calendar for the next Lodo show. Tickets for these are only $1 to see live and rising local talent on stage. Get your tickets now at jurgles.com. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint chipping railings. Get your railings safe again by spring. Call 412-515-6575. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network.
Because shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines yesterday. Pitt basketball fell to North Carolina 79-65. Panthers take on Notre Dame this upcoming Saturday at 2 o'clock right here on the Fan and on the free Odyssey app. Coverage at 1:30 on Saturday. Penn State yesterday fell to Oregon 83-72 rather. Duquesne took down St. Bonaventure 78-73. West Virginia also a winner over Central Florida 74-67. And today, Robert Morris takes on Oakland at 2. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com are now hour number 2 with Jack Hillgrove.
Live and local, even on the weekends.
Let's go!
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
This is not music for Sunday morning. This is royalty-free stuff that can go on YouTube so we can make money. But this is like, I don't know. You're doing a show like live from the casino on a Friday night at like 8 o'clock. Not Sunday morning at 8:09 a.m. But you know what? It wakes me up. It gets the blood flowing. I suppose. People have been critical. People that work here and listen to this station of the new music beds. I kind of like them.
I think so too.
I think this is the first one I've heard. This is the first time I've heard this one. Yeah, dude. Give me a couple of beers and this on a dance floor. I'm vibing.
Have to make sure this is at Donnie's wedding.
Could you imagine if we just replaced all of or we told the DJ at Donnie's wedding, just nonchalantly play all of our music beds, because everybody is going to be there. Most of the hosts, and you'll be there, Charlie will be there, a lot of the producers will be there. We just told the DJ to nonchalantly play all of our music beds and see who notices.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Jack Hillgrove with you on a Sunday morning.
I think it would get sniffed out pretty quickly. And Callis would probably be the one to sniff it out because he is...
All of us would just be laughing and everybody else would have no clue whatsoever.
Yeah, that wedding is going to be fun. The bachelor party is going to be fun. That's next weekend. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. And then more so on Thursday night before we fly out Friday. But nonetheless, that'll be a fun time. 412-928-9370. Tony and Crafton holds a soft spot in my heart. The first guy that ever called into one of my shows ever on the Fan. So anytime I see Tony and Crafton's name pop up, he gets priority. What's up, Tony? Good morning. Good to hear from you.
Good to hear from you too, Jack. I want to talk about Elroy Face.
Yeah.
Elroy Face, first of all, should be in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
I don't disagree.
Elroy Face is one of the greatest relief pitchers that ever walked the face of the earth, folks. He also didn't just pitch one inning back in the day. My man sometimes pitched 3 innings to get a save.
He was like, Tony, he was like the relief pitcher. He was one of the founding.
He was ahead of his time.
Yeah.
He was ahead of his time. Relief pitchers back then were usually washed up starters.
Well, I mean, I guess kind of Elroy Face started as a starter and then it didn't work, but he was the guy that trademarked it and made it valuable. And again, in 1959, winning 18 games coming out of the bullpen.
He pitched a lot of times when they were losing. He just didn't pitch all the time like nowadays closers where they only pitch with the lead all the time. I wonder how many saves he would have had if they would have pitched him only 1 inning and when he had the lead all the time. He ended up with 188 saves. Probably would have ended up with 300.
I don't disagree with that. And that's one of the things, too. I don't think a lot, and I'm glad, and unfortunately he passed away, 97 years old. You talk about one hell of a life, but, I'm glad that people are talking about him this way because I feel like, especially in my age range, you 20s, 30-year-old guys, when you look back at the 1960 World Series team, everybody talks about Bill Mazeroski, obviously, Roberto Clemente, and some other guys. I feel like Elroy Face sometimes got overlooked as to how valuable he was to the Pirates' success.
I think baseball in general is overlooked, the man. Like I said, he was ahead of his time, way ahead of his time.
The Baron of the Bullpen, Tony. Always good to hear from you.
Great nickname. Nickname.
Phenomenal. Tony, always good to hear from you. Thanks for the call this morning. 412-928-9370. That is a great nickname. The Pirates have had some phenomenal nicknames for their players. The Baron of the Bullpen for Elroy Face. My personal favorite nickname for any player of all time, no matter the sport, Cobra, Dave Parker. And not far behind him on my personal favorite nickname of any athlete ever is Honus Wagner's, the Flying Dutchman. The Flying Dutchman's probably a little bit better than the Baron of the Bullpen, and Cobra is my favorite one. But for a guy and again, none of us saw him play because he played in the early 1900s, but for a guy in Honus Wagner that instilled fear in pitchers, facing a guy, his nickname was the Flying Dutchman, pretty damn intimidating. 412-928-9370. I wanted to shift into Olympic hockey in this segment because the U.S. has a chance to, I guess, cement the path today. 3:10 this afternoon, they played Germany. And later on this morning, Canada plays France. Canada 2-0. They're in Group A. France is 0-2 in Group A. Given what I've seen from Canada so far in the Olympics, they're going to win today, get to 9 points, and lock up, a top seed, so to speak, once we get to the knockout round. The U.S. plays Germany. The U.S. is also 2-0. Germany is 1-1. Right? On paper, the United States should win today. And if the United States wins today and wins in regulation, they'll get to 9 points the same way Canada will probably get to 9 points. And then at that point, they're 1-2. I'm not sure what the tiebreaker is for the seed-wise. It might be goals scored or goal differential. Not quite sure. But regardless, the U.S. and Canada will be 1-2 in some combination, and then you get to the point where they're on the collision course for a gold medal matchup on Sunday in Milan and Cortina. That's what we all want to see. That's what I think is probably the biggest draw of the Olympics in 2026. U.S. and Canada gold medal matchup. But the U.S. has to take care of Germany this afternoon at 3:10. Canada's going to beat France. I mean, I don't think that takes an expert sports take to figure out. They are really good. Connor McDavid and that incredibly talented Canada team is playing at a high level, and France is not. France, Italy, and Denmark are all winless. France is 0-2 with 2 regulation losses. They're not beating Canada. They're not going to be able to compete with McDavid and McKinnon. And Sidney Crosby's just kind of been their glue guy. There and contributing, obviously, but between everybody that Canada's got available forwards and defenseman-wise, and then you've got Binnington and Binnington and Logan Thompson. Hellebuck's the U.S. goalie. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370 they're going to be a tough out, and that's going to be a tough game for the United States to win, but it's probably going to happen as long as the U.S. takes care of business today against Germany at 3:10, which they should. But with a Mike Sullivan coach team, you never know. 412-928-9370. Jolie, how much of a chance do you give the U.S. to bring home a gold medal in the Olympics, assuming, and it seems like they're on a collision course with the Canadians, and they are really good. I mean, this Canada team...
Feels like a 50-50 shot, you'd think, right?
I mean, I don't know. This Canada team seems better for whatever reason than it was, a year ago during the Four Nations face-off. They're just firing on all cylinders.
When you've got Crosby and McDavid and McKinnon, I mean, that's...
Yeah.
That's tough to beat.
Yeah, it's really tough to beat. I mean, the U.S. has their guys as well, and they're deep. And Binnington, or Hellebuck, see, I keep confusing the goalies. Hellebuck's played well. But again, Canada to me just seems about as deep as teams can be. Canada won gold in 22 in Beijing. The U.S. last won a gold medal in men's ice hockey in Pyeongchang. Or am I looking at the wrong list? I could have swore. Where'd the list go? No, Russia won gold. Where did I get the U.S. from? When was the U.S.'s last gold medal? That was in 1980, wasn't it not? It was. They've got some work to do. And that would be awesome if they're able to bring home a gold medal this season. But I really question how they stack up against Canada. We'll find out more later today. Again, you're in the final game of group play. You're taking on a team that, again, you should handle and handle in regulation. And you look at it like Canada's going to take care of France. Canada will probably shut them out 4-5, 6-0, somewhere along those lines, and take care of a team that they should on paper. If the U.S. can today as well against Germany and kind of compete on paper with the way that Canada beats a team that they should beat, I might feel a little bit better about the U.S.'s chances. But if they let Germany hang around a little bit, then I'm not necessarily sure how confident that makes me in them being able to beat Canada when it's all said and done. I mean, they are the gold standard when it comes to hockey. 9 gold medals as a country, and they haven't won one in men's ice hockey since 2014. Where does that 2010 Sidney Crosby goal in Vancouver rank as far as some of the greatest moments in sports history? It's absolutely up there. Right? Joel's pausing because he's thinking. You remember that moment, don't you? I mean, we were young, but...
Not exactly, to be honest with you. I wasn't into hockey at that point, so...
I mean, that was still when... I mean, Sidney Crosby made his NHL debut and guided the Penguins to a Stanley Cup the year before. But in that moment, Sid the Kid was like, holy crap, this dude is a global superstar. And he is... And I think in a lot of ways, that game winner for Crosby in 2010 cemented him as... the face of hockey a title that you could argue he's never let go since then. And that was a tough, a weird, I remember watching it in my living room with my parents. And I felt weird about it because obviously you grow up as a United States citizen. You're rooting for the United States in a gold medal game against Canada. They lose in the way that they lost, but you're like, oh man, that's our guy scoring for his home country, scoring for the motherland, and being responsible for one of the best moments, the best moment of the Olympics and one of the best moments in Olympic history. You felt weird about it because, again, it's like your country lost to Canada, but Sidney Crosby's the one it was weird. It was weird because, especially growing up and being young like that, you're so used to those names and faces and them doing things for the teams that you love, not doing things to hurt you on paper.
I guess if Team Canada is going to win that game, thank goodness it was a Sidney Crosby goal. A vintage Sidney Crosby goal. I took a look at it. It was pretty nice.
Yeah, it was really, really good.
It's all set up by a Sidney Crosby IQ play. What else is new?
You go back and look at that team in 2010 too, man. I mean, Canada is the epicenter for men's ice hockey, always has been. But Marty Brodeur, prime Jerome McGinley, Duncan Keith. They had Roberto Luongo as well with Martin Brodeur. Fleury was on that team. A couple of eventual Penguins as well. Brendan Morrow, a trade deadline acquisition. Again, Ginla, a trade deadline acquisition. I think he was the only one. Or those were the only ones. And then obviously Crosby and Fleury that ended up becoming Penguins. But yeah, just an unbelievable moment in Vancouver in 2010. Canada won its 9th gold medal in 2014 in Sochi and hasn't won since. So you could make a case that they're due. 412-928-9370. The fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Go back to the phones at 412-928-9370. Didn't take a call on it yet. So fill up the lines and let's go because we're going to talk about this more in the next hour. Your excitement level. Rank these 3 things 3 to 1, from least excited to most excited. For the latter half of the Penguins season, post-Olympic break, and, on paper when they should be making a playoff push. The Steelers' offseason with Mike McCarthy and the draft in Pittsburgh and 12 picks and the excitement that we should feel with not having a new head coach since 2007. Or with all the moves they made, the Pirates, as we get into full squad workouts this week at spring training and as they prep for a season. Pirates 2026, Penguins latter half of the season, Steelers in the offseason with Mike McCarthy. Least excited to most excited. Rank them 3 to 1, 412-928-9370. I'm Jack Hillgrove. Happy Sunday morning to you on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Yesterday, Pitt basketball fell to North Carolina 79-65. Panthers take on Notre Dame this upcoming Saturday at 2 o'clock here on The Fan with coverage starting at 1:30. Yesterday, Duquesne took down St. Bonaventure 78-73. West Virginia also a winner 74-67 over Central Florida. Penn State fell to Oregon 83-72. This afternoon, Robert Morris takes on Oakland at 2. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you
is how healthier happens together.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your home, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. This week, they're doing free installation on all projects. That's right, free. This includes bathroom remodels, new windows, doors, even full house flooring. Plus, lock in special financing and get your project started with no money down. Schedule your free, no obligation consultation right now and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. Want to know why betting the winter games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle on the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The winter games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches, oh boy, that start slow and somehow get tense fast. Speed skating decided by inches. And then the hockey games, oh yes, the hockey. Canada, Sweden, USA. Man, I can't wait to watch that Winter Games hockey. That feel different from the opening face-off and so much more. The FanDuel app is easy to use and is perfect for making all the winter action even more fun. So just download the app to get started today. FanDuel, play your game. The FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. 21 plus in Pleasant, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Thank you, Pittsburgh. Your generosity is amazing. We can't thank you enough for your support during the 2026 NRG KDKA Radio Warmathon presented by MediConnect. We were able to raise over $345,000 to benefit the Dollar Energy Fund and support over 950 local families. Powered by Dinergy and brought to you by Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Impact HVAC, Phillips Heating and Air Conditioning, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Nest Expressions Window Fashions. And thank you for your generous contributions. It's Jack Hillgrove this morning until 11 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, taking your calls until then at 412-928-9370. I want you to rank your excitement level. Least excited to most excited for the Pirates in 2026. For the Penguins right now, post-Olympic break, tons of momentum, maybe a playoff push for the first time in several years. And for the Steelers to conduct an offseason and a draft in this town, all with a new head coach. So where's your excitement level, least excited to most excited? 3-2-1 for those three things surrounding our professional teams at 412-928-9370. We're going to dive into each one and why all three of them are exciting in the next hour. And I guess I'll just list my rankings now because I'm looking at the rundown. And I have my ranking in order by segment 3, 2, 1. So I guess I'll just list them now, and then we'll get to that at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. I flip-flopped them, Jolie. I said I had the Penguins 3 because of the goaltending situation. I now have the Steelers offseason as number 3 on my list. So this is the rationale behind it. We know how the movie ends. We know that this team for the last decade does not compete in postseason matchups. And yes, I'm excited for what Mike McCarthy can do for the future of this team in terms of developing the next franchise quarterback. But the fact of the matter is this: Aaron Rodgers is going to come back in 2026 and be 43 years old and be the quarterback of this team. And I don't think anybody should have any reason why it should result in a different way next year. And they also have holes to fill. I have the Penguins number 2 over the Steelers because the Penguins have something that the Steelers don't. They have a superstar. A superstar that still plays like a superstar. Like TJ Watt was a couple of years ago, right? TJ Watt was Defensive Player of the Year. TJ Watt was considered at one point not too long ago the best defensive player on the planet. He's not anymore. Sidney Crosby might not be the best hockey player on the planet anymore, and that's fine, but Sidney Crosby is still doing things at a high level, at a higher level than TJ Watt's playing football. So that's why I'm a little bit more excited for the Penguins than I am the Steelers. And number 1, I don't know if I've drank the Kool-Aid. I don't know if it's Bucko fever or what. I am the most excited for the Pittsburgh Pirates in 2026. I'm excited for what Connor Griffin is capable of this season on the big club, even though I said on Thursday night, and I'll stick with this, that I think he should start the season in AAA. I'm excited for Paul Skeens, who hasn't shown us anything to think that he won't replicate a similar performance this season than he did the last season. I'm excited for the bats they acquired. I'm excited for Jared Jones to come back from injury and see what he's capable of. Can he pick up where he left off as a starting pitcher? And if he can, and if Connor Griffin is everything that we think he's capable of, I don't know how you can't not be most excited for the Pirates in 2026. 412-928-9370. I don't think this guy was ever the lead singer of the Doobie Brothers at one point in his life. Regardless, let's go to Mike in McDonald. Mike, good morning to you.
Jack, how are you, my friend?
I was a little worried that this might have been Joe Starkey in a signature prank call because, like
the alliteration, right?
Well, not the alliteration, but saying you're Mike from McDonald, like the singer, it would be very funny. But I'm glad you're not, and I'm glad you have an actual take this morning. The floor is yours.
I am not. I don't have the talent that Mike McDonald had. Now, that being said, my friend, I was just listening to you, and I agree with your rankings 3, 2, 1. So 3 being the Steelers. I'll say this. I'm thrilled about the NFL draft being in Pittsburgh. It is my favorite non-between-the-lines sporting event of any activity of any sport. I think it was time for Tomlin to go. I'm excited about, McCarthy coming in. We know the general, Aaron Rodgers, is going to be back. I have a feeling it's going to be some of the same stuff that we've seen, but love the fact that the NFL draft in the city of Pittsburgh, I think it's going to do wonders for our city. Number 2 is the Penguins, and I think it's fairly obvious as to why. We haven't been in a playoff push now for multiple years. Obviously, it's not something we were used to. I'm not sure how many more opportunities we're going to have to run it back with Sid. And, Gino, I still feel like Gino's a bit of a shell of himself. We're Tang the same way. But those guys, if you can get them some rest down the stretch, might be able to dial it back to 2016, 2017. You have guys like Kendall, who I think is an upcoming superstar. You have guys like Parker Wotherspoon and Ryan Shea, Anthony Mantha, Justin Frazzo, all guys who are having career-type years and resurgences here. I think you're able to catch lightning in a bottle, and I've said this now for a month or two at least. Outside of Colorado, I think this team can beat any team in a 7-game series.
I agree.
I've watched Tampa play. I've watched Boston play. Carolina doesn't scare me. They always kind of fade when the playoffs come. So I'm excited. I'm definitely excited about the Penguins here. But first and foremost, how can people not be excited about the Buccos? I'm naturally a Bob Nutting cynic. I think that's fair, and I think everybody would probably agree with that take here. But I said coming into the season, you need 3 bats. You need 3 bats. And they went out and they got Lau, they got O'Hearn, and they got Ozuna. And, I'm not even – I think it's a bonus at this point for Connor Griffin, to be honest with you. And obviously everything we're hearing next coming of Mike Trout, Bobby Witt. My goodness, those names have to get people excited. But at the same time, we were 25 and 35 last year in 1-run games. So, yes, you look at the record last year and you say, well, they weren't close to making the playoffs. I would disagree with that. I don't think they're too far away. They flipped 10 of those games on their head and they go 35 and 25. You're talking about a team that could win 82 games last year. There was a lot of bullpen blow-ups last year. I think the pitching staff is absolutely solidified. Thrilled about the prospects of Braxton Ashcraft coming in. Bubba Chandler is going to be, another year seasoned. And if you can lengthen the lineup by 1 more bat, my goodness, like Jared Triolo, God bless him, man. But, not a bad utility guy. Showed some spark towards the end of the year last year. Great defensively. You can throw him in maybe once every 3 days, around the diamond. Go get Vientos, man, from New York.
Yeah.
Go get Vientos. The Mets have their backup ready to play and ready to go. I don't know if it'll take Hunter Barco, but if it does, as you know, these pitchers don't always pan out. I say you make the move today. Make the call, get it done, and let's go Bucks.
Mike, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. 412-928-9370. The concern about the Pirates and Chuck in Uniontown called my show Thursday night and was, and this is a valid take, concerned about potentially the Pirates being a poor defensive unit. I'm not ready to care about their defense just yet. You win games by scoring runs. The Pirates did not score enough runs last year, not even close. This is part of the reason why I think, well, it's not part of the reason. It's the same line of thinking why I think Connor Griffin needs to start the season in AAA. I'm like Tony Soprano in season 1 talking to Paulie Walnuts about one of their guys who's got a name that I don't think is FCC compliant, so I'm not going to say his name on the air. If you know the show, you know what I'm talking about. Tony DePauli, I need you to see it. I need you to see The Wire. I physically need to see them be able to score runs consistently, because that's the bigger issue. I need to see them become a respectable offensive team first, and then if the defense sucks, I'll start complaining about the defense, but not until they can score runs and win games that way. Connor Griffin, I need you to see it. I need to see him pick up where he left off at the AAA level to cross off that final box, cross that final T, dot that final I, and then become a Pittsburgh Pirate. If it only takes 2 weeks at the AAA level, if it only takes 30 at-bats, and he's like 14 for 30 with a couple of home runs, okay, wipe your hands, bring him up. I just need I need him to cross off AAA off his list first. Paul Skeens did it for 7 starts in 2023. Connor Griffin can do it for a month in 2026 at most. And I got a little bit of flack for that when I said that on Thursday night, but like, hypothetically, let's say this happens. Makes the team out of camp. They throw him, right in the leadoff spot near the top of the lineup and at shortstop every day at 19 years old. He is not old enough to walk into a beer distributor with his valid government-issued ID and purchase alcohol. He's 19. If he comes up here at 19 right away and struggles, and then you send him down, what does that do? I don't want him to ever play an inning of minor league baseball, with the exception of any potential rehab assignments, ever again once he makes his major league debut. Paul Skeens will never pitch in the minor leagues ever again unless he gets hurt and has to go down and rehab. Same kind of trajectory. And if Paul Skeens can pitch at AAA after over 200 innings in college and winning a national championship and pitching in the SEC at LSU, like, Paul Skeens was ready. Paul Skeens didn't need to pitch in AAA in 2023. He didn't need those 7 starts. He could have probably started the season with the big club, but he did it anyway because it's part of the process. Again, if that process for Connor Griffin takes 30 at-bats in Indianapolis, 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, that's fine. 412-928-9370. Tyler's in Oakmont. What's up, Tyler?
Hey, how you doing this morning, Jack?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. I agree with, I want to see Connor get a little AAA action. However, the one boat that the Pirates really missed on by giving Skeens those 7 starts in Indy is they didn't get the extra first-round pick for him just being on the roster the entire year. So if they come out of spring training and they think Connor is ready and the scouts and the coaches think he's ready, I don't think the team wants to miss the boat on getting that extra first-rounder again.
I don't know how much that first-round pick, I mean, it matters, right? Because you want to draft good prospects and build good prospects. I understand that. But that's not the line of thinking that I'm in right now. I'm tired of talking about which prospects the Pirates should trade for or draft and what these guys could look like 4 or 5 years down the road. We did that already. We're in 2026 with, on paper at least, adequate enough offense. I don't want to think about prospects again until they absolutely have to, when Paul Skeens, inevitably goes and plays elsewhere. Like, right now, they are, on paper, a team that should be able to win. And that, again, I don't think, sacrificing any potential Connor Griffin development for just one extra first-round pick now is going to matter in the grand scheme of things, compared to down the road when maybe that first-round pick's a little bit more valuable, like it was with Paul Skeens. You're absolutely right. But in 2023, they were further away from where they are now than where they are now, if that makes sense.
It does, but I think then the other thing to think about is we get Connor on a 10-year deal if hopefully everything comes to fruition with that. I don't want to see making progress and making steps and then the farm's tapped out by the time some of these guys are moving on or the decline is starting. And it's something that I heard last year that they were kind of miffed about missing out on that first-round pick because all of the scouts said, okay, yeah, Skeens was ready. We probably should have just pulled the trigger. So my feeling is just from how that landscape played out with Paul and not wanting to be unprepared if Reynolds or someone is to make a decline, to have extra ammo in your back pocket.
Now, Tyler, what's the correct me if I'm wrong, they would have got the extra first-round pick because he won Rookie of the Year, right? This is all still contingent. No?
They changed the ruling to where if your first-round pick is on your roster within the first 2 years of his draft and then performs and stays on the team for a certain amount of innings, I believe you get an extra comp balance pick in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, then could he theoretically still qualify and the Pirates still qualify even if he, like I said, if it takes 2 weeks? You know what I mean? Like I
believe you have to make the team out of spring training. They have to carry you on the roster out of spring training. Like the last example, I think, of one that I know for sure was Corbin Carroll. Like the Diamondbacks just thought he was ready. They took him out of camp, and then he ends up winning Rookie of the Year anyway, and they get the extra comp pick.
Yeah. Tyler, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it. The rules with the way things work in the Major League Baseball offseason are so confusing. I base a lot of it off of me playing a lot of franchise mode in MLB The Show, like knowing how arbitration and free agency works and deadlines and being able to qualify, extending offers and all that stuff. It's confusing. NL Rookie of the Year odds 2026, Connor Griffin, the third best odds at plus 600. Noah McLean, the odds-on favorite for the New York Mets to win Rookie of the Year in the NL in 2026 at plus 350. Jolie, guess who has the second best odds?
One Bubba Chandler?
No. He has the fifth best odds at plus 1,000. At plus 400 from Mars, PA, J.J. Weatherholt. Want to know something funny about J.J. Weatherholt being with the Cardinals? He goes to high school for Mars, at Mars. You know where St. Louis does its spring training?
There's no way it's Mars, is it?
No. Jupiter, Florida.
Oh.
So he went to high school at Mars, spring training at Jupiter. Al's on the road, now he's on the Fan. What's up, Al?
Hey, Jack, absolutely love your show on Sunday morning as I'm driving to go play simulator golf this morning.
Oh, I'm jealous that you're going to play simulator golf this morning. I wish I was swinging a golf club right now, but thank you for the kind words. What's on your mind?
Hey, you know what? It worked out for the Phillies. Correct me if I'm wrong. Brian Harper never spent a day in AAA or nowhere. They brought him straight in. And didn't they bring Strasburg, the pitcher, in? You know what? I'm 66 years old. I'm tired of this 20 years worth of 5-year program. You know, let the kid come up and play.
Well, yeah, and I mean there's obviously you know some angst there for the older crowd like yourself. Bryce Harper did play a little bit of minor league ball before making his major league debut, I believe. He was with Harrisburg in Double-A as an 18-year-old and played really well. So, I mean, there was some minor league experience at 18, 19 years old. My thing with Connor Griffin, Al, is that he's 19. If he was a college player that they drafted #1 overall or not in the first round, top 10, like he was a couple of years ago, and had several years of big-time college experience, say in the SEC, and was 22 years old, then I'd feel a little bit different about him. But he's 19, and I get the frustration from the older folks like yourself, because you guys and everybody's starving for a winner in this town, but I just don't think there's much harm to be done for a 19-year-old kid to get, you know, a month in AAA before he even turns 20.
You know, I'm sure you're right.
I don't know if I'm right or wrong, Al. That's just my opinion.
Well, you know, I look at it as the way free agency goes. You can give this kid a 10-year contract. He's going to be, the way free agency goes, you're building your team for the next 3 to 4 years, basically, anymore.
Sure. Yeah, no, and that's especially with Paul Skeens out. Thanks for the call. Enjoy the simulator golf today. And that's the whole reason why people think that he'll accept a long-term deal with Pittsburgh. Because if it's a 10-year deal for what, 130, 150 million, he still hits free agency before he turns 30. And right, Joel, that's like the trajectory for most baseball guys, because the way that the rookie deal works out, 6-ish years of big league control, most players hit free agency for the first time at like 28, 29. I feel like that's average.
It sure seems like it. Something where they still have a lot of playing time left.
Yeah, if I'm Connor Griffin, I would take an 8-year deal, because then he's, 27? And then you can really get a big-time contract at 27. But, again, if he signs a 10-year contract, he's got to sign one. And I'll believe it when I see it. There was talk of when O'Neal Cruz was a up-and-coming minor league prospect that they were going to sign him to a long-term deal. Didn't. Paul Skeens talk didn't happen. We all know why that didn't happen. I don't know if the Connor Griffin extension will happen. I just need to see him hit at the AAA level first. Kurt, in my neck of the woods, Steubenville, Ohio, is calling the fan. What's up, Kurt?
Yeah, I just got a question. You guys were talking about Connor Griffin going to AAA first.
Yeah.
What about the scenario he tears it up in spring training, gets to play in 15 games?
Wouldn't that point,
wouldn't that be equivalent to AAA, though? I mean, and possibly even better, because he'll face some pitchers who are major league pitchers.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to assess. If he tears the cover off the ball in the spring, you're going to have to assess who was pitching to him. If it was, a bunch of late-inning, non-roster invitee guys, then that's a different story than guys that are going to be pitching on major league rosters. So that's something you got to look at. And I said this on Thursday night, Kurt, even if he does tear the cover off the ball, even if he has a spring equivalent to the spring that Jared Jones had a few years ago that left him, impossible to leave off the opening day roster, I still need to see it at the AAA level, even if it's, like I said, even if it's for 2 weeks. I need AAA crossed off the list first. I know that might seem kind of redundant, and it might seem redundant to you because you asked the question, well, isn't it the same thing if he plays well in spring training? It very well may be, but I just need to see it first, because I also think it'll allow him to settle into the season too, because his future with the Pirates is leading off and playing shortstop every day. If he leads off and plays shortstop on opening day, taking your first at-bat for the Pirates as a team in 2026 as a 19-year-old kid is a lot of pressure. And who knows how that pressure could snowball in one direction for another for a 19-year-old kid. I'm not going to slight him for being trouble to handle those nerves at 19 years old. That's a big-time task. And I feel like above all else, Kurt, thanks for the call, man. I'm going to let you go because we got to get to a break. I feel like starting the year in AAA, in addition to making me feel a little bit better about the development process, takes the edge off. It takes the pressure off. It allows him to ease in to the 2026 season a little bit more. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. Temps in the 40s this week. The Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. All right, we break down the excitability. 3, 2, 1. Least excited for, most excited for, Steelers, Pirates, Penguins. I am least excited for of the three, the Steelers offseason in 2026. We'll break all that down and continue to take your phone calls coming up next. I'm Jack Hillgrove, and it's a Sunday morning on The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, 67 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt basketball yesterday fell to North Carolina 79-65. Panthers will take on Notre Dame this upcoming Saturday at 2 o'clock from the Pete, right here on The Fan with coverage at 1:30. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Pop and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
Joe, before I even get into the Steelers topic, I was wondering what you thought of this. I was on hold with customer service, and then they were like, to go back to the main menu, press the star key. And then it dawned on me, what a cool segment.
The star key.
Cool segment idea for no star key. Press the star key.
You like that?
So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you.
I like that.
That's a great idea. Yeah, we're going to go to that next
push
week.
The star key.
That's beautiful.
Push him in a direction.
Off the ledge. Back him into a corner.
The Pop and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Doran Dickerson here at PJ Fitzpatrick. You don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. Plus, you can trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive, and you could lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. You want to make some extra money? This is the time to do it because the new year is here, and so are stellar rewards from DraftKings Casino. Blast off for a free chance at $5,000 in credits with Daily Rewards Rocket. Log on to DraftKings Casino and launch your Rocket 3 times for a chance to collect credits, spins, and much more. Come back every day to launch more rockets and get more rewards. Then enjoy all of your favorite slots, live dealer experiences, and classic table games. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley. It's freezing outside and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines. Yesterday, Pitt basketball fell to North Carolina 79-65. The Panthers will take on Notre Dame this Saturday at 2 o'clock right here on the Fan with coverage at 1:30. Penn State fell to Oregon 83-72. Duquesne took down St. Bonaventure 78-73. West Virginia also a winner 74-67 over Central Florida. Robert Morris today takes on Oakland at 2. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com right now. Hour number 3 with Jack Hillgrove.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, halfway through our journey together on a Sunday morning, live on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Jolie, we're up near our evening show totals on YouTube. How about the YouTube contingent strong and ready to roll on a Sunday morning?
Up and at 'em, baby.
Thank you, as always, for the comments, for the viewership on YouTube. We're also live on X as well, the free Odyssey app, and the old-fashioned radio dial, 93.7 The Fan FM. I had the live chat, or I had the top chat on, so I missed some of the comments earlier. So I'm going back and skimming very briefly, so there's not a whole lot of dead air. And, oh crap, where'd it go? Matt Presto says, Blue Chew reference before 8 a.m. is wild. I didn't realize that was before 8 a.m., but here we are. Nonetheless, appreciate you guys for being a part of it this morning. The question at 412-928-9370 is to rank the least excited you are to most excited you are, 3-1. 1 being most excited for the Pirates this season, for the Penguins post-Olympic break, and for the Steelers in the offseason, the first offseason with a new head coach in nearly 2 decades. I am least excited for the Steelers offseason. So that's where this segment will start. Plenty of time to get your rankings in at 412-928-9370. We'll drop everything. We'll take your calls. We'll give you the floor. But I'm going to structure this hour from least excited to most excited, 3-2-1. And we're starting with what I'm least excited for. And that is a Mike McCarthy offseason. At least right now. I'm prefacing it by saying I'm excited for what Mike McCarthy can do for the future of the organization. Something that an idea that I had to come around on because McCarthy, 60 plus years old, a retread head coach, 2 things that I didn't want in my next Steelers head coach, but since the press conference, since the coaching staff was built, I have come around to an extent. And because McCarthy won me over in 2026, and because McCarthy has a proven track record of developing quarterbacks, yeah, I'm excited for what the guy can accomplish as the Steelers head coach. If the coaching tenure for Mike McCarthy only lasts 5, 6, 7 years, But in that time frame, he drafted and developed the next franchise quarterback. It's a victory. It's a hiring win. But right now, I feel like I could have been the coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the same things would have happened. Yes, that's hyperbole. No, I'm not a football coach. Never have been, never will be. But I draw that comparison because we know how this movie ends. We've always known how this movie ends with this core of players, with TJ Watt, with Cam Hayward, with Alex Highsmith, with the veteran group of guys that they have in the limbo that they've played at the quarterback position post-Ben. We know how it ends. Good enough to get in, nowhere near being good enough to compete, and getting blown out in the playoffs if you get there. And to an extent, I feel bad because I remember we're coming up on me being back at the Fan for 2 years as a part-time host. Worked here in college, came back in 2024 to help out with the part-time stuff. So I was here for the 2024 season. I was here for the Russell Wilson, Justin Fields combination. When they were 10-3, I hosted shows and said I think they can compete. When they were down the stretch post-Ravens game this year, first Ravens game this year, when it seemed like the fate of the season was hanging in the balance, and they won, and then they beat Miami, and then they beat Detroit. Yeah, I let the optimism creep back into my programs. And I apologize for that. Because I knew how the movie ended, and I failed to see it. And that's part of probably because new quarterback, right? 2024, Russell Wilson catches fire. New guy, not Pickett, not Trubisky, not Rudolph. Okay. And then he fizzles out. We know how the movie ends. Aaron Rodgers, new face. Optimism, screeching halt. Right now, it seems like Aaron Rodgers is going to be the quarterback of the Steelers in 2026. So you're not going to be getting any, maybe this time it's different from me at all this football season on this radio station, because it won't be. Yeah, the head coach is different. Yeah, the coaching staff's different. The scheme, at least on offense, will be different. And I said at least on offense because part of the reason why I don't think it'll change is because of something McCarthy said in his press conference. Man, these U.S. uniforms in the Olympics for hockey are beautiful, aren't they? Are they not just the most gorgeous uniforms you've ever seen? The highlights from the game against Denmark are on now. And the all blue with the USA diagonal. Man, are those sharp.
I think the New York Rangers, and maybe they've discontinued it, but I think the New York Rangers have something similar to that.
Yeah. Same kind of vibe. But like the font of the lettering USA and the numbers. I apologize for letting that totally derail my thought here, but here we are. Yeah, the offense is going to be a little bit different. Yeah, the head coach is different. But with Aaron Rodgers at 43 years old, there's only so much that they can do this offseason that makes me think it could be different right away. Now, it's not to say that I'm not at least a little bit excited for this offseason for the Steelers. That's not true. There are some things to potentially be excited about offseason 2026. Number one, the draft's here. That doesn't necessarily pertain to the Steelers solely, but it's still pretty cool. I have a feeling it's going to be an absolute cluster, you know what, and it's going to be impossible to move in this city for a whole week. But it's on on tap to be the greatest economical event in the history of the city of Pittsburgh. On paper, nothing but good for the city, you hope. So that's awesome. And more Steelers-centered when it comes to the draft. They've got a chance to put the holy crap, what are we doing at wide receiver conversation to bed. Steelers insiders all week on this station, all offseason on this station, talking about, oh yeah, they acquired all this draft capital thinking they would move up in 2026 for a quarterback. Obviously, nobody's moving up in 2026 for a quarterback because of the way the class shook out, but that doesn't mean they can't move up. I flirted with the idea of moving up for Caleb Downs. Very aggressive. Probably not going to happen, but they can still move up. And they can move up to take a wide receiver. Ray Fittipaldo, who I love and respect in this business, Steelers beat writer for the PG, was on earlier this week and talked about the classes of wide receivers in this draft class. Sections, I should say. Class, might have jumbled the sentence there. Too much of that word. There is the top tier section and then the rest. And I think it's a good wide receiver class. But between Lemon, Tyson, and Carnell Tate, that's your big three. If they move up and draft one of those guys, one of those three guys, their future in the NFL is wide receiver one. And in a perfect world, the Steelers draft their immediate wide receiver two that eventually becomes the top guy. That's what George Pickens was. George Pickens was drafted in the second round and filled a need right away at the position and then eventually became wide receiver one over Deontay Johnson. If they draft one of those three guys, Mekhi Lemon from USC, Carnell Tate from the wide receiver factory that is Ohio State, and Jordan Tyson from Arizona State, all three of those guys have the potential to become wide receiver one of the Steelers, and DK Metcalf goes to wide receiver two. Probably won't sit well with Metcalf, and that's a bridge that you'll have to cross when you get there, but hopefully they have to cross it. So that's exciting about the Steelers offseason. They have the potential to shut everybody up when it comes to the wide receiver position. Because the last couple of off seasons, it's like everybody was shut up for like what? A month? When in the offseason this time last year, they had both Pickens and Metcalf before they traded George to Dallas. And then right back to who the hell's wide receiver two? That's a conversation I don't want to be having with you on this station come May, June, July for OTA's minicamp and training camp. I hope we're not having it. I don't want to have that conversation. And the Steelers have a chance to make us not have that conversation as sports talk hosts and fans. And that's exciting. They also have 12 picks. They're going to use some of those, hopefully, to move up. They're not going to select 12 players, but I bet you they take more than 7. They'll take more than the 1 per round average that everybody is given before they trade their picks. What do they do on day 2? Does Isaac Seumalo come back? Do they draft a guard that starts week 1 and replaces Isaac Seumalo? Do they address safety? They need to. You could make a strong argument that safety is a larger need on the Steelers more than wide receiver, especially if Jalen Ramsey goes back to being a slot corner every down in 2026. Because if he does that, your safeties are Deshaun Elliott coming off of a catastrophic knee injury, who I love, and I think has the potential to still be a very impactful player, and a good starting strong safety in this league. But then there's been a revolving door, and there was a revolving door this year at free safety. Juan Thornhill stunk. They moved Jalen Ramsey back there. He gets banged up. They pick up Jabril Peppers. Okay. And then he was kind of banished to a special teams only role. They pick up Kyle Duggar, another former Patriot. Played really well. Folded down the stretch. I don't think Kyle Duggar or Jabril Peppers will be back. And they have a gaping hole at free safety. Is it going to be Jalen Ramsey again? I think in a perfect world, no. He goes back to being your slot corner. And even if he is, that still creates a hole in your secondary. So that's a question that needs to be answered. And the overall excitement of being able to hear Mike McCarthy talk at the NFL Combine, I believe he'll be made available to the media. Seeing Mike McCarthy in Steelers gear address the media and talk about the roster. And, you know, aside from the fanfare of an opening press conference, down to business. Being able to get press conferences from the new coordinators, Patrick Graham, Brian Angelico, talk to the new assistants. All that's exciting. Not exciting enough to outweigh the other two. Again, the question this morning, least excited, most excited. Penguins this season, Pirates this season, Steelers offseason. I am least excited for the Steelers offseason out of the three. And the grand theme of why that is third on my ranking is because we know how the movie ends. And we very much will know how it ends with Aaron Rodgers back at quarterback in 2026 at 43, despite a new way of doing things with Mike McCarthy. 412-928-9370. That's the phone number. It's also the phone number of the fan text line, which is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And still time for your phone calls on the subject. What are you most excited for? What are you least excited for? As the Penguins try and make a push towards the postseason, the Pirates look to live up to the hype, and the Steelers conduct their first offseason under Mike McCarthy. 412-928-9370. Number 2 on my list is the Penguins' playoff push. I'll let you know why that's number 2 on my list when we come back on a Sunday morning here on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt basketball yesterday fell to North Carolina 79-65. Panthers' next game is this Saturday against Notre Dame. That game at 2 o'clock from the Peterson Event Center, right here on The Fan with coverage at 1:30 and on the free Odyssey app as well. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Heacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Taking you up until 11 o'clock, FanDuel's More Ways to Win Radio with Pony 11 to 1. Paul Alexander, the marathon shift, the Ironman shift, if you will. 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. tonight, and he'll bring the thunder. That is for sure, and that is the local lineup for the rest of the day here on the Fan, as you can hear me. I don't know if you heard the sizzle. Jolie did the sizzle of me cracking this Diet Coke, making it in the air.
Heard a small something, yeah.
Yeah, listen to this bad boy. Cracked, ready to roll. Nothing like a Diet Coke at 9:26 in the morning.
All you got to do is just add some Mentos now.
No, yeah, I bet you that would. Craig would probably love that. Just a bunch of Diet Coke everywhere.
Hashtag content.
Studio. That would be content I don't think Craig would be okay with. And I would never do that to the maintenance people that work here either. It's the same guy every night who's always very nice. Stop, BS them in the hallway for a little bit, and he does a great job. I'm not going to put a bunch of sticky Diet Coke all over the place for him. Come on now. Least excited for to most excited for. 412-928-9370. Pirates in the 2026 season. The Penguins post-Olympic break and any playoff push that they could potentially make. And the Pittsburgh Steelers in the 2026 offseason. Despite it being a new head coach, we know how the movie ends, and that's why I am least excited for the Steelers to conduct an offseason. That's number 3 on my list. I want to hear your list at 412-928-9370. But in the meantime, number 2 on my list of excitement for the immediate future of Pittsburgh sports. February 26th, post-Olympic break, 11 days from now, the Penguins return to action against the Devils. You're going to find out how good of a head coach Dan Muse really is. I think he's a pretty damn good one. I think he's going to have a long future in this league as an NHL head coach. But he's a rookie head coach. And despite him being and exceeding expectations so far in year 1, he's going to have a lot to prove. Can he keep these guys on the same sort of trajectory and get them to not buy back in, but get back with the positive momentum after a 3-week hiatus? Or do they fizzle out or cool off? Regardless of if that happens, it's still number 2 on my list. It's more exciting than what the Steelers could accomplish, because we know how the movie ends with the Steelers, and also the Penguins have a superstar. The Steelers don't. TJ Watt was a superstar. TJ Watt was considered the best edge rusher in football 3-4 years ago. He's not anymore. I don't know that TJ Watt's a top 3 edge rusher in football anymore. So the Steelers don't have the elite superstar that the Penguins do in Sidney Crosby, who was, is, and always will be one of the league's best players. Like, Joe, if I said that right now Sidney Crosby is a top 5 player currently in the NHL, is that a hot take, appropriate, or would you rank him in the top 3 or higher?
I think it's an appropriate take.
Okay. Do the Steelers have a top 5 player in the NFL on their roster?
Are we talking like every single position?
Yeah.
I don't know if I could say that.
No. They used to. I think TJ Watt was a top 5 entire player in the league at one point, considered maybe the best non-quarterback at one point, but he's not anymore. That's number 1, why they're at least more exciting. And in having that superstar that I feel like the Steelers lack is more beneficial to the Penguins, because the Penguins are still playing. Sidney Crosby making an impact on the remainder of the season, and so on and so forth. But if you look at, and this is exactly what I did, if you just look at to where they were roughly a year ago, lineup-wise versus now, it's Flowers. I don't want to say, it's actually probably 50-50, because you got some guys on the team that were on the team last year that are playing better this year, and guys that they acquired. You give the flowers to Kyle Dubas. You give the flowers to Dan Muse to be able to coach these guys up and develop them. Here's what I did. Last season, the Penguins played the Philadelphia Flyers on February 25th, 2025. Going into that game, I believe they lost 5-1 or 6-1. Going into that game, the Penguins were 23, 27, and 9. The Penguins' next game, almost one whole calendar year later, against another divisional foe in New Jersey, coming up on the 26th. That's the next one after the Olympic break. We don't know what that lineup will look like yet, but the Penguins' last game before the Olympic break was on the 5th, 10 days ago. I have that lineup, those lines, forwards lines 1 through 4, defensemen 1 through 3. I have the Penguins lines from last season on February 25th against the Flyers, 1 through 4, defense 1 through 3, and the goalies. And it is laughable how night and day different they are. It's actually kind of remarkable because, to compare to the Pirates for a second, when they got good in 2013, when they finally became a playoff team again after a playoff hiatus, you compare the 2013 team to like the last team that sucked in 2010, and there was 3 years of separation between those two Pirates teams to be able to go back and look, man, they were really bad to compare to what playoff baseball looks like. Comparing what playoff hockey looks like in Pittsburgh to what bad looked like, only being a year apart, is laughable. We're going to go through it. Line 1 in the final game before the Olympic break was Sidney Crosby centering Brian Rust and Anthony Mantha. Line 1 on February 25th against 2025 was Sidney Crosby anchoring Ricard Raquel and Brian Rust. Rust still there. Rust a mainstay on that line with Sid for a while now. But Ricard Raquel has since been a second-line consistent player, when he's healthy. So they've upgraded because Ricard Raquel not in and really on that first line. Line number 2. This is where it starts to get very funny. Malkin anchoring Danton Heinen and Anthony Beauvillier was on February 25th, 2025. Malkin still on that second line. And now my computer decided to freeze. That's perfect timing. Malkin's still on that second line, but on a wing with Tommy Novak and Igor Chinakhov. And I look at Igor Chinakhov as a guy that is a massive, massive upgrade over Beauvillier and Danton Heinen. And then Tommy Novak on that line as well. Novak is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th on this team in points and is a +3. So Novak and Chinakhov, big-time upgrades over who was on that second line with Malkin last year and Heinen and Beauvillier. Even funnier on line 3. Kevin Hayes with Michael Bunting and Philip Tomasino. Line 3 against Buffalo before the Olympic break. Ben Kindle with Justin Brazeau and Connor Dewar. Dewar, potato. Ben Kindle's a young superstar. Dewar, it's Dewar, but I always say Dewar. I'm never not going to. I started, and it's just like ingrained in my brain now. Ben Kindle, again, a young superstar. And Justin Brazeau is what? One of the better players, one of the better non-centers on the team. 15 goals upgrade. Fourth line, Kevin Hayes, who's playing better. Kevin Hayes was not a good hockey player for the Penguins last season. This year, much more respectable numbers. Hayes was centering that third line last year, centered the fourth line against Buffalo in their last game with Anthony Hayes and Rutger McGroarty. Yeah, Ben Kindle has kind of cemented himself as the third line center and a future star in this league, and that's allowed Hayes to kind of backtrack a little bit. They've upgraded. Defense, upgraded. Parker Wotherspoon. That left side defenseman on line one, it was P.O. Joseph against Philadelphia on February 25th, 2025. That's an upgrade. Letang's still there, even though he's banged up. Matt Grzelcyk was the second pairing with Carlson. It's now Brent Kulak and Ryan Shea and Ilya Solyov and Connor Clifton in that third pairing. That third pairing was Ryan Shea and Vincent Desjardins. The Jelkovic and Blomqvist, Skinner and Shelovs. They're just a better hockey team. Skinner, Shelovs, Kindle, Chinikov, Brazeau, Blake Lizotte, Mantha, Kindle. I don't know if I might have said him twice. If I did, rightfully so. He's 18 and he's a beast. Being able to see this team be night and day different, a calendar year apart, goes to show you how great of a job Dan Muse has done, how great of a job Kyle Dubas has done in rebuilding this team. 412-928-9370, Chuck in Uniontown this morning. What's up, Chuck?
Good morning. Good morning, Jack.
How are you?
Oh, pretty good. Better yet, because Saturday it's play ball.
Chuck, guess what? Saturday, I'll be there. We're going to be in Tampa for Donnie Football's bachelor party, and we're making our way over to Clearwater for the opener. Sunday against the Phillies. That's when we're going.
Is the fan broadcasting the first one on Saturday?
KDKA Radio, I believe. It'll be over on 100.1 AF and then 1020.
Jack, but then I was going to say, yeah, for me, number one is the Pirates, though I'm concerned about the other two. But with the Pirates, Jack, it's the key word here is credibility. This is not just a baseball season. This is a referendum on what kind of esteem this franchise is going to have. Because finally, even national pundits are having some good things to say about the Pirates.
Yeah.
But, Jack, first of all, I think it's absolutely essential that they get off to a good start. Because, once again, credibility is the issue here. If they get off to a losing start, you know what's going to happen, don't you? Here we go again.
Mm-hmm.
Different players, different names, same old crap. But if they get off to a good start and people start finding that there's reason to believe, if they really get good, the biggest thing, you won't be able to get a seat at PNC Park.
Especially with number 30 pitches, too, that's for sure.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. And, Bob Nutting, you may find out that you'll make more money if the team is winning. But, Jack, it goes a little deeper than that. Couple things. Number one, I would like to see the Pirates, up until May 1st, be about maybe 6 games over 500. But the key thing here, Jack, is what you do between May 1st and August the 31st. They have to do something this year that they haven't done for years. Win the heart of the season.
Yep.
Granted, wins in April and September are important, particularly the one in but they've got to win. That's where you make your position. You know, that's where you can make your postseason play. That's where you can make your season right there.
Absolutely it is. Absolutely it is, Chuck. Thanks for the call. And it's funny that you bring that up because I was thinking about this the other day. The late, great Dick Groat, who getting a chance to sit down and talk to him about anything was some of the great joys I've had in my young life, but especially baseball. And Dick always said, you know, baseball season's a game of thirds. And he probably wasn't a pioneer in thinking this way because it's the way the baseball season's structured. You're going to win a third of your games regardless of how bad you are because the ball's going to bounce your way. You're automatically going to lose a third of your games because the ball will bounce away from you no matter how good you are. It's what you do in that third of your games that makes you either a good team or a bad team. GP, I see you calling back in. We'll get your Penguins take here in a second. May to August is a good barometer to figure out maybe how good this team is. April. Think back to a couple of years ago when the Pirates started out, like 18-5 or whatever the hell they were in April? False confidence. And then from an individual aspect, remember a couple of seasons ago, they were dead to rights, but Ke'Bryan Hayes lit it up in September. Yeah, April and September are important, but they can give you a false sense of how good a collective or how good an individual person is. We saw that with the Pirates as a team in April a couple of years ago. We saw that individually with Ke'Bryan Hayes a couple of years ago when he lit it up at the end of the season. Offensively, that is. May to August. It's when Connor Griffin should be here. It's when Jared Jones should come back. It's the dog days of summer. How good are you? That's why I'm most excited for them. We'll talk about them next. 412-928-9370. We were just talking about the Penguins. I have them in the middle, second of least excited to most excited between the three teams right now. GP's on the fan. What's up, GP?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Jack.
You're welcome.
Hey, a couple things with the Penguins. Remember you were saying how they were able to do this. You remember when Sully was brought in? They fired Dan Bylsma?
No, they fired Mike Johnston.
Oh, is it Mike? I'm sorry. He was there just a little bit.
He was about as forgettable as it comes, so I don't blame you for.
That's why I forgot about him. But when they brought Sully in, he infused some of these younger players we have down in the minors. You remember?
Oh yeah.
The BK line, the Castle. What was the guy's name? Whatever, the three initials. You
HBK,
remember.
yep. Benino, Kessel, Hagelin, yep. And then even guys like on that fourth line, Matt Cullen, Tommy Kuhnackel. Yeah, absolutely.
See, you got every name rattled off. I remember all those names, but I'm not as quick and sharp as you are right now with my age. You know what I mean? But anyway, that's why his team's doing good. And they got a new coach. He's young. And like you said, they got the one factor involved still, Sidney Crosby.
Yep.
That's huge. Now, just real quick on the Pirates. I think they're going to do good this year. I really do. They went out. They made some moves. But I think they should just play the slow hand on Connor. Bring him up later on, like maybe early May. Just give him a chance to fester down there. Get him some at-bats in Indianapolis. And then you bring him up for a spark in case they're going slow in the beginning of the season. What do you say?
I'm just more concerned about his development, GP, and thanks for the call. And again, it's like Tony Soprano talking to Paulie Walnuts about big you-know-who. I don't want to say his name because I think it could get me in trouble with the FCC. I need you to see it. I need you to see the wire. I need to see him hit at AAA. If it's 2 weeks and 25 at-bats, or if it's a month and 75 to 100 at-bats, I just need to see him succeed at the AAA level before I see it at the big league level, because it's the final thing to check off the list. It's the final domino that falls in his development. And once he's here, he's here. And it will allow a 19-year-old kid to settle in to his rookie season in the major leagues. That's the one thing that I feel like gets lost in translation with Connor Griffin and all the people that are clamoring for him to start the season with the big club. I might be with you if he was 22 years old and played 3 seasons of SEC baseball like Paul Skeens did pitching in college for several years. But Connor Griffin didn't. He's 19 years old. And you think about how rare it is for a guy like Connor Griffin to fast track to the big leagues coming out of high school. Very few did it. Juan Soto, Bryce Harper, Mike Trout. Connor Griffin might be the next in line. But he's 19 years old. So I urge you to at least start with some patience. At least be okay with Connor Griffin starting the year in Indianapolis in April, May. Now, if we get to June and the whole Super 2 thing becomes a question and Connor Griffin is still in Indianapolis, then I'll be with you, and then I'll be clamoring to bring him up. But I just need to see him hit well in AAA for a short period of time, just like Paul Skeens pitched extremely well in AAA for a short period of time. 412-928-9370. Coming up next, the team I am most excited for the immediate future of Pittsburgh sports. The Buccos, the Pittsburgh Pirates. I've got Bucco fever big time. And the more the day goes by, the worse the Bucco fever gets. Tell you why. You probably already know why. We've talked about it a bunch. But I'll really dive into it next. And more time for your calls at 412-928-9370. If you're just joining us, I'm Jack Hillgrove with you here on The Fan. The question at the phones. Rank them 3, 2, 1. Least excited for, most excited for. Steelers offseason, the first one with Mike McCarthy. The Penguins when they come back from the Olympic break and make a playoff push. And the Pirates as they start 2026. What are you least excited for? What are you most excited for? 412-928-9370. I'm Jack Hillgrove, and this is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, 67 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt basketball yesterday fell to North Carolina 79-65. Panthers back in action this upcoming Saturday. They'll take on Notre Dame at 2 o'clock. From the Peterson Event Center, it's right here on The Fan. Coverage beginning at 1:30 Saturday afternoon. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. Want to know why betting the winter games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle on the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The winter games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches, oh boy, that start slow and somehow get tense fast. Speed skating decided by inches. And then the hockey games, oh yes, the hockey. Canada, Sweden, USA. Man, I can't wait to watch that Winter Games hockey. The feel different from the opening face-off and so much more. The FanDuel app is easy to use and is perfect for making all the winter action even more fun. So just download the app to get started today. FanDuel, play your game. The FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top-quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Celebrate President's Day savings all month at Joe Ball GMC. Take on winter in a new GMC Canyon with up to $1,700 off. Capability that works as hard as you do. See JoeBallGM.com for details. Joe Ball GMC Sales and Service.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julie and Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Join Coach Dave Gray for a Next Point Wins book signing at Play It Again Sports in Cranberry next Saturday, the 21st, 1 to 4 p.m. You can support youth sports. 10% of the sales will support the Assisted Goals Foundation, an organization that provides scholarships to help kids and keep kids in the game of hockey. Shop, meet Coach Dave, and you can help give back. Details at 937thefan.com. Jack Kilgrove with you for another hour or so. I'm most excited for the Pittsburgh Pirates. And I don't know how you couldn't be. They added competent offense, at least on paper. They've got one of the most and best and brightest when it comes to young hitting prospects, probably the best and brightest hitting prospect in all of baseball. It's got that number one ranking on MLB.com. They've got the best pitcher in baseball. A rotation in totality that's got potential to be top 5. It was safely in the top 10 last year. The aspect of the team that I don't think is getting enough love is the bullpen. I am really excited for what this bullpen can accomplish in 2026. Mainly because I think they can go matchup based. And Colin Beasley said this on my program the other night. Like, yeah, Dennis Santana, it seems like on paper, is the closer. But they've got a couple of left-handed arms that can pitch late in ball games. And if they truly want to go matchup based, you know, they get to a 9th inning and they say, you know what, we've got a couple of lefties we're facing. Let's throw Mason Montgomery in there in the 9th inning. Let's throw Gregory Soto in there in the 9th inning. And Santana, last season, 16 saves, 3 blown saves, a .218 earned run average, and a whip below 1. He had a whip below 1 in his 39 Pirates appearances in 24 after being traded over by the Yankees. And that was the only time he has had his walks and hits per innings pitched below 1 in his career. All season last year, below 1. He's playing his best baseball. He's pitched better than he has his whole career, as Dennis Santana, 29 years old. So, yeah, on paper, probably the closer. He's a right-handed guy. You want to go right on right? You throw him in there. Between Santana, Soto, Montgomery, who throws gas, and other pieces in that bullpen like Isaac Mattson, H2P, former Washington Wild Things player, Justin Lawrence. Like, they have depth to this bullpen. Carmen Majinski now kind of cemented into the bullpen after making the rotation out of camp last year. They are a deeper bullpen. And a bullpen that I think has the potential to be pretty damn good. And that starting rotation right now of Skeens, Keller, Chandler, Ashcraft, and I guess Urquidy, Jose Urquidy, who they signed a couple of weeks ago. Ashcraft and Chandler have to be able to prove that they are big league caliber starters. Obviously, Bubba Chandler, highly touted as a prospect, came up last year and showed flashes. Braxton Ashcraft definitely showed flashes, but in a long relief role. Can the 26-year-old make the leap into the rotation? I think he can. Can Bubba Chandler be an everyday, not every day, but every fifth day guy and start and pitch well? Yeah, I believe he can. And if those guys can, kind of the same way that signing Brandon Lau and Ryan O'Hearn and Marcell Ozuna allows O'Neal Cruz and Brian Reynolds to settle in and take the edge off. If Afcrash, let's try that again. It's early. I've been up in a tongue twister. Holy heck. If Ashcraft, there we go, Jack. It's not like you do it for a living or anything. If he and Bubba Chandler take the logical leap, that allows Mitch Keller to resettle back into starter 3, starter 4 role where he can be very good. And you know Paul Skeens is going to be excellent. That's almost a given. Then offensively, they've got depth, they've got options, and I am excited. More excited than I've been about the Pirates since 2018. 412-928-9370. Jeff and Cranberry's on the fan. Hello, Jeff. Good morning.
Hey, Jack. How are you?
Good, man.
Hey, totally share your optimism. Super excited for the Pirates. How could you not be? It's a very different offseason than it's been. I just wanted to make the comment, though. I could not agree with you more about Griffin starting in AAA. And the reason is because if you rush him up, even if he has a really good spring, you know, he's going to see a lot of stuff that isn't pitcher's best stuff in the spring. So even if he rakes in the spring and you bring him up, you get yourself potentially into that situation where he's hitting around 200 into May, and does he need to go back down? Then you start playing that game of back down to AAA and up, which you've seen with some other, super high prospects. And I think that would be a bad path for him. I think you get him down there, get him settled into AAA, get him hitting, and you look around June. I think that was a really good point by you.
Yeah, I think June might be actually a little late, Jeff. But, again, he's 19. It's just the one thing I feel like that gets lost in the translation of the people that are just very rash to bring him up, have him make the team out of camp. Kid can't buy a beer yet. I mean, he is not a guy that played in college for 3 years and is 22, 23 years old. He's 19. It's not the end of the world if he spends a month in Indianapolis.
And I think it can have a very negative effect on him. If he comes up and struggles, he's hitting 180, 190. They send him back in, I don't know, mid-May. I think that starts to, mess with you a little bit. I mean, he'll be fine in the long run. I just think if he gets down there, does what he's always done, hits at that level, I think you start, you have to go through a month and a half of Triolo at short or whatever. But I think that I think that's a really good path for him. And as for the overall optimism, I couldn't agree more. I think we're going to be winning at the position level in a lot more spots than we ever have, including mostly on the rotation side. I mean, our starter's going to be better than your starter a lot of the time for the first time in a really long time. And I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, Jeff, thanks for the call. And that's the thing you talk about, a month and a half of Triolo at short. I'd rather have a month and a half of Jared Triolo at shortstop from April to mid-May than mid-May to like end of June if Connor Griffin starts the year with the big club struggles and has to go back down. 412-928-9370 fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping get your retirement on the right track. Not that I don't trust you, Jolie, because you do a great job laying the reads out and doing your weather research, but I do want to kind of look at a 10-day outlook here. Lows in the mid-40s. I'm not going to be here for it, but a high on Friday of 62. It's pretty good for February, whatever, 20-something in this neck of the woods, especially after the deep freeze of January, which I'm not a big seasonal depression guy. I've been fortunate enough to avoid that. I was feeling it in January, man. With all the snow and the cold, it sucked.
There was like one day where it reached 60 degrees, but otherwise everything else was just unbelievably cold. And so thank goodness we're starting to get warm weather in middle of February instead of March or something.
More time for your phone calls coming up next at 412-928-9370. How about this for some fan weather by Secure Money Advisors? High on Friday, 81, Saturday, 81, Sunday, 78 next weekend in Tampa, Florida, where I will be for the Donnie Football Bachelor Extravaganza. We can talk about that a little bit next. And I also want to take your phone calls on the optimism scale for the Pirates in 2026, the Steelers offseason, and the Penguins coming back from the Olympic break. What are you most excited for? What are you least excited for? At 412-928-9370. It's a Sunday morning. I'm Jack Hillgrove, and it's The Fan.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. January's Fan Beer of the Month is Penn Brewery's Penn Pilsner, a Vienna Lager. And the designated charity is the National Down Syndrome Society.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. You want to make some extra money? This is the time to do it because the new year is here, and so are stellar rewards from DraftKings Casino. Blast off for a free chance at $5,000 in credits with Daily Rewards Rocket. Log on to DraftKings Casino and launch your rocket 3 times for a chance to collect credits, spins, and much more. Come back every day to launch more rockets and get more rewards. Then enjoy all of your favorite slots, live dealer experiences, and classic table games. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pitt basketball yesterday fell to North Carolina 79-65. The Panthers will take on Notre Dame this Saturday at 2, right here on the Fan with coverage at 1:30. Penn State yesterday fell to Oregon 83-72. Duquesne took down St. Bonaventure 78-73. West Virginia also a winner over Central Florida 74-67. And this afternoon, Robert Morris takes on Oakland at 2. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, hour number 4 with Jack Hillgrove.
If it matters in Pittsburgh sports, we're talking about it. Even on the weekend. That's cool. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Joel, you know what I did for the first time in my life the other day? And I'm actually excited. And I'm going to utilize it, I think, for the first time following the show.
Go ahead.
I'm going to talk about this because they spend money here. I joined a car wash club.
All right.
I have hopped on the pony train. I have a monthly thing now with Mr. Magic.
Good stuff.
I'm a neat freak when it comes to my car. And I'll talk about them too because they spend money at this station. I worked at the Power of Bowser in between summers and college for 2 years detailing cars. Great gig. Made some money working in the day. In the summertime, you're outside. You know what I would do? I would bring my headphones, detail 3-4 cars. It wasn't like anything like strenuous. It was the new cars. Like you prep them when somebody buys them, you wash them, and you vacuum out the inside. You get them ready for the people to take them home. So I do like 3-4 cars a day. Headphones in, the fan on, mind my own business, put in my 8 hours and go home. Made some money to take to the bars in Waynesburg the following fall. It's great. But because of that, I'm a neat freak when it comes to my car. The inside of my car, like I am, this time of year it's tough because you don't want to be outside when it's cold. The floor mats in my car are caked with salt, and you're not outside to vacuum it. I'm waiting for a day in the 40s, 50s where I can be outside for a half hour and really clean out the inside of my car.
I mean, we're getting a stretch of that stuff coming up.
Yeah. Or at TOV, we have a detailer, like we have a trade with that details our news cars. I'm thinking of just saying to heck with it and paying a couple $100 and having somebody detail my car. I can't take it.
Knowing it's going to be super flawless.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean,
pristine.
Yeah, well, I set my news car in like last week, and it came back and it looked like brand new on the inside. So I would very much spend a couple $100 for that to happen. 412-928-9370. What are you most excited for? What are you least excited for? Pirates, Penguins, Steelers. As the Steelers conduct off-season number 1 under Mike McCarthy, as the Penguins come back from the Olympic break, as the Pirates embark on a 2026 campaign with more hype than in a really long time. 412-928-9370. Chris is in Swissvale. Now he's on the Fan. What's up, Chris? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. In terms of the teams, missing Sid in the playoffs has been excruciating, so I'm most excited to see the Penguins back in the playoffs, especially with Sid. Then the Pirates, and we'll get to that. And until the current Rooney at the helm hands it off to the next Rooney at the helm, I'm going to remain super skeptical. Hey, about Griffin, You listen to people yak about this kid, and that's all fine. I made the trip up to Altoona several times to get eyes on him. And what I'll tell you is there's no chance that he's a 19-year-old. He don't look 19. He don't play 19. He is beyond 19, kind of like LeBron James was coming out of high school.
He's married.
He's a man-sized body, and if they come north without him, they're coming north without the best shortstop in their system.
Yeah, but again, I understand that the maturity level is there, but he's still a 19-year-old kid. It's not like there haven't been 19-year-olds that haven't come up. He's ready now. The hand wringing, the pearl clutching. This is Pirate nonsense. If he don't come north, it's not because he's not their best shortstop. It's because the Pirates are a bad organization. So, all right, Chris, so hypothetically, you get when the 26-man roster for opening day comes out and Connor Griffin is not on it, you're going to be vividly mad?
Yes.
Why?
Because he's their best shortstop. Are you playing to win or are you playing to not win?
But there's still a development.
But there's no but.
No, there's still a development. There's still a development aspect to a 19-year-old kid. I don't care how mature he is. He can't. He's 19.
You don't know that.
He's played 1 year of professional baseball. 1 year.
And he ripped it up at every level he went to. Like I said,
and he didn't get to AAA. He didn't get to AAA yet, though, Chris.
So what? How many guys never play in AAA that are brought up straight from AAA? It happens all the time.
Yeah, the last one it happened to Jack Sawinski. How'd that turn out for Jack Sawinski?
So you can. There's obviously anecdotal evidence that some guys can't handle it. He ain't some guys.
I know he's definitely.
Jack Sawinski was never the top rated.
No, I understand that, Chris. I understand that. But you just asked me a question. When did it happen? And I answered it for you, Chris. I'm not saying he needs to spend 6 months in AAA. If it's 2 weeks and he tears the cover off the ball, that's fine. Paul Skeens.
Why waste 2 weeks? Just bring him up.
Paul Skeens pitched 7 games in 2023 in AAA. Was Paul Skeens not ready in 2023 to make the opening day roster? No, but it's the level of progression of minor league baseball. And Paul Skeens did something that Connor Griffin didn't do. Paul Skeens pitched for 3 years in college and was into his 20s. Connor Griffin has played...
because pitchers develop slower than position players. And this kid is ready. I looked at him. I watched him play. I know what I'm looking at. He's ready. They come north without him. It's on them. It's a mistake.
All right, Chris. Thanks for the call, man. I mean, I didn't realize I was talking to a baseball expert that the Pirates probably should pick up the phone and call to hire in their scouting department or something. There's no harm done for Connor Griffin to spend a month in AAA. I don't care how mature he is for 19 years old. I don't care how rapidly he's progressed in 1 year of professional baseball. He's 19. He is a teenager. Yeah, no, he's not built like one. Yeah, he might not speak like one. He's married, unlike the typical teenager, but he's 19 years old. And I understand what Chris in Swissville is trying to get at with them not being, they're not a serious organization if they don't bring him up. He's their best shortstop. They have other offensive options that they went out and spent money on. It's not like that they're starving. They're starving for what Connor Griffin can be, and that's a superstar. That's the one thing that the Pirates do not have. A bona fide stud superstar that could really make them a contender. That's what the Pirates are starving for. And that's what Connor Griffin is capable of. They are not starving for an additional bat. They traded for Brandon Lau. They signed Ryan O'Hearn. They signed Marcell Ozuna. They have Horwitz. They have Cruz. They have Reynolds. If Connor Griffin makes the team out of camp and struggles to start the season, what do you do? And this is the beautiful thing about having this debate, and Chris in Swissvale was getting hot, and I respect it, and I find everything that he said valid. But the beautiful thing about this debate is that if I'm right, if he spends a month in AAA and comes up and he never leaves, then Chris in Swissvale eats crow, but in a good way. You don't have to hide and cower with your tail between your legs. It's not one of those things. And in the same fashion, on the flip side of that coin, if I'm wrong and Connor Griffin makes the team out of camp and is just a bona fide stud from opening day on, I will gladly eat a whole bowl full of crow and put my tail between my legs and own up to it. It's not that real of a discussion, folks. It's a good problem to have. We're talking about the number one prospect in baseball. Who in all intensive purposes seems like is going to have a really, really bright future in the league. 412-928-9370 is the number to join the conversation. Where do you come down on Connor Griffin, Joel? Did I ask you that already? If I did, I apologize. But are you screw it, bring him up right away? Or do you think it would benefit him to see some at-bats in Indianapolis?
I'm with you on the Indianapolis part. Maybe not a full month, somewhere between, 2 or 3 weeks, maybe even the full month for sure. And then he's here in, May or something. But definitely, and if he makes the opening day roster, I'm good with that. He did more than enough, exceeded their expectations and everything, and is making the opening day roster. But I'm not opposed to a little time in Indianapolis. Just, sort of get his feet wet, that sort of deal. A little bit of time in Indianapolis, a couple weeks or so, I would not be against it. I think that's the better move, like you said.
Yeah, I just need to see it. I just need to see him hit AAA pitching. Not even in the video game-like numbers that he had last season, which everybody is thinking, and they should, right? I mean, it is a good metric to follow, but it's the only metric to follow when you're talking about and trying to evaluate Connor Griffin, because it's his only year in professional baseball. He's played 1 year of pro ball, 1 year of affiliated ball, and he's 19 years old. I just don't understand the hostility surrounding suggesting he should start the year in AAA. I don't get it. 412-928-9370. John from Center is on the fan. Hey, John. Hello, John.
Yes.
You're on the air. What's going on, good sir?
Jack, I'd like to share with you a story about Elroy Face, if I could, please.
Absolutely. The floor is yours.
Okay. I'm going to take us back to May 25th, 1958, to a Sunday baseball game between the San Francisco Giants and the Pirates. The Giants had just moved to San Francisco and were on their first trip back east. I was 16 years old, sitting in the right field stands above the Pirate bullpen that Sunday. And the pitcher for the Giants was Ruben Gomez, who was known as a headhunter.
Okay.
Vernon Law was going to pitch for us, and although I didn't like it on the Sunday, if it's your time of your rotation, you have to do it. In the fourth inning, Gomez hit Mazeroski. And Frank Dascoli, the home plate umpire, warned Gomez. In the dugout, Danny Murtaugh, the manager, told Vernon Law, when he gets up, stick it in his ear. And Vernon Law said, well, it's going to cost, don't you believe in turning the other cheek? And Danny said, it'll cost you $50 if you don't try to hit him. The next inning, he knocked Gomez down. And Danny came out because Dascoli had warned Vernon Law now about pitching and hitting batters or pitching close to them. Danny came to the home plate, and Gomez swung at him with a baseball bat. And Danny swung back, and they both missed, but that's when all the benches and everything erupted at the home plate in what was probably the biggest brawl in Pittsburgh Pirate history. I remember seeing Orlando Cepeda come out of the Giant dugout swinging a baseball bat, and Willie Mays tackling him.
Jeez,
it was Orlando's first year as a rookie, and if he'd have used that bat, he'd probably been banned for life.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Jack, this brawl went on for probably a good 10, 12 minutes, and in the process, I looked down at the Pirate bullpen, and there was only one Pirate there. It was Elroy Face. He didn't participate. I guess at 5'8", 140, he decided it was better just to stay and watch it. But Jack, I'm going to conclude the story by saying years later, I was able to meet Elroy Face at a golf outing, and I brought him one of my baseball cards for him to sign. And as he signed it, I said, Elroy, I was there for the big brawl on May 25th, 1958.
I was going to say, if you met him, John, if you met him, you better get an explanation. You better ask him why. So I'm anxious to hear the answer.
So I did. I said, Elroy, why were you not participating? You were the only one, probably in both teams, standing there and watching it. And this is what he told me. He said, John, I was paid to pitch, not to fight. And that's a true story. And I hope that I could share it with you this morning. And I appreciate Jack letting me come on. And I appreciate your work also on Channel 9.
Oh,
thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely, John. Thanks for watching. That's pretty cool that you're watching in Center Township. That's the beautiful thing about, and I was on the air the day that Mike Lang passed away, and that was the show, right? And it's horrendous circumstances, right? You lose a legend. But one of the beautiful things that I love about life, and it's the Irish in me, is you celebrate life. So, yeah, it's sad for Elroy's family that he's no longer with us and his close friends, but he lived to be 97 years old. And in a moment like that, yeah, I welcome phone calls. Tell your story, especially like if you got an autograph from that guy and it made your day, like, and you hold it to this day, like that is that if I'm a close family member of somebody that passes away, and you tell me a story about, that Elroy, if I'm Elroy Face's relative, and you tell me a story about I got his autograph once and I still have it to this day, like I think that's pretty cool. So, bad circumstances, yes, somebody like that passes away, but to have people call in and share stories and celebrate the person that they were, always welcome that on my programs. 412-928-9370. We're with you till 11 o'clock this morning. 11 to 1 is FanDuel's More Ways to Win Radio with Pony, and then Paul Alexander from 1 until 6 this afternoon. Jolie, before you know it, we'll be doing these Sunday morning shows ahead of Bucco games, and the Sunday same-game parlay will return. Were you ever on the board for one of those last year?
I might have been for maybe one or two of them. I remember, and I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but there was like a Cleveland. The Pirates played the Guardians.
We needed the
you
over.
Were like you were one leg away.
And we needed we needed really the under. We needed the under, and I think the Pirates scored like 5 runs in the 8th inning, and then it never happened. But I did hit.
And then they lost the game.
Yeah, and I was like 1 for whatever last year, but I did hit one same game parlay. So that'll return on the Sunday morning shows ahead of the leadoff show and ahead of Bucco baseball on the Fan. Before you know it, that snow will thaw and baseball will be here. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Back to the phones when we come back at 412-928-9370. I'm Jack Hillgrove, and this is a Sunday morning on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt basketball yesterday fell to North Carolina 79-65. Panthers back in action on Saturday against Notre Dame. A 2 o'clock tip-off from the Pete with coverage here on the Fan beginning at 1:30. Also available on the free Odyssey app as well. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile for a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
(412-928-9370). It's the number of the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. An injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Jolie, what, like 25-ish more minutes, give or take? Before we have to get out before more ways to win. 412-928-9370. Taking your calls until the end of the program. Let's go to Mary Beth, who's up in Allison Park. Mary Beth, good morning to you. Thanks for giving us a ring.
Hey, I'm glad to be here. Good morning. And I wanted to say, my dad's a member of the Game 7 gang that meets up at the wall at Forbes Field.
Which is an awesome tradition, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I actually was able to get together with them again this past October. Based on the work schedule, I don't always get to go, but I've been there many times. One time, got to see there when Elroy Face was there, and I've been to games when he's been on the field, but that one time in particular when it was an anniversary, you know, and Maz was there, and we got to shake hands with him and Dick Road and a few other people. But when you realize when you meet pitchers like him, when a lot of the metrics in baseball now we're not a part of their game.
No.
There's just so much conversation that is just so different with them than what we hear today. And everything about them and him was just fantastic to hear, and their take on baseball then versus now. I really enjoyed it that day.
Well, that's awesome. Thanks for sharing that, Mary Beth. Appreciate it and enjoy your Sunday. Yeah, Elroy was a pioneer of relief pitching. Said that ad nauseum since he unfortunately passed away, and rightfully so. It was the Elroy Face career was kind of the model for what bullpens and relief pitching would look like. And once he fizzled out as a starter and assumed that role and settled into it, he settled into it, all right, won 18 games in 1959. Won 18-1. Ridiculous. And that's kind of also back when wins as a pitcher meant a little bit more. And it was more of a meaningful stat than it might be today. 412-928-9370. Jolie, no better time than now. And you're in your neon green back there. And I apologize, we haven't gotten to it. We've had good callers, good conversation leading up to this point. So let's do it. Boogity boogity. The Daytona 500. Who you picking?
I think it's got to be Ryan Blaney today. I'm going to pick Ryan Blaney from Sharon, Ohio. Closest driver that's got, well, not exactly Pittsburgh ties, but closest to the Pittsburgh area, I would say. He's picked up some Daytona wins before, but just not in the Daytona 500. So I feel like at some point he's going to get it done, and maybe today's the day for that.
So I preface this opinion with me just not being the biggest NASCAR guy in the world. I am a guy that enjoys it, but I'll only watch a few races a year. This is obviously one of those races a year that even like non-NASCAR fans tune into. It's the big one. It's the Daytona 500. It is, I think, kind of the signature event of NASCAR to an extent. Is it not? It's one of them.
Yeah, it's
if you're going to compare
the Masters equivalent for NASCAR.
Yeah, if you're going to compare it to a golf major or one of the big four wrestling pay-per-views, it's the Royal Rumble, it's WrestleMania, it's the U.S. Open, it's the Daytona 500. So, like, I tune in, and the one thing that I'm not a NASCAR fan to the point where, like, I despise one racing team and like one racing team over the other. I just kind of watch the drivers, have my opinions about each of them. I don't really get into, like, the whole racing team rivalries and all that stuff. William Byron right now tied for the sixth best odds to win the thing. It's Kyle Busch and Joey Logano right now are the odds-on favorites, according to FanDuel. Then it's Ryan Blaney, your boy. Chase Elliott is plus 1,200. Blaney is plus 1,100. Busch, Logano plus 1,000. Probably should have mentioned that. Denny Hamlin and William Byron are plus 1,300. Austin Cindric, 1,400. Kyle Larson, 1,700. Brad Keselowski, plus 2,000, along with Chase Briscoe and Christopher Bell. Alex Bowman, plus 2,200. That's like the beginning of the favorites to win this thing. William Byron, the fifth best odds, tied for the fifth best odds. He has the chance to do something that has never been done before. And that is to win 3 consecutive Daytona 500s. Now, of course, like I mentioned, I'm not into the rivalries within the teams and stuff like that. Like, I know somebody that just is not a Hendrick fan, and there's like, I can't stand any of the Hendrick. I'm not like that. So, like, I look at the Daytona 500 as this prestigious event and say, man, this guy's got a chance to do something that nobody's done before, and that's win 3 in a row. He's the 5th guy to win 2 straight. Denny Hamlin did it back in 19 and 20 for Joe Gibbs. If I'm going to pick a racing team, it's probably Joe Gibbs, because Joe Gibbs was a legendary football coach and then also a race car, racing team owner too, which I think is pretty cool. But Byron, the first back-to-back winner since 1920, a chance to do something that's never been done before, and that's win 3 in a row. That would be unreal. That would be awesome to witness. But he's not my pick. I'm not really going out on a limb here by picking Joey Logano because he's got the best odds. Him and Kyle Busch have the best odds to win the thing. But Joey Logano is still one of the faces of NASCAR. Logano hasn't won at Daytona. Again, what's crazy is he's he's won 3 Cup Series.
He's won, 3 championships.
He won it in 15 when he last won at Daytona. So he's won 2 championships while not winning at Daytona. So he hasn't won the 500 in a decade. And Penske has not had a winner since 2022. I think Penske's due. I think Logano's due. And that's why I'm picking Joey Logano.
I like it. I might just have to bet a Ford to win the race today if I'm going to place a wager. Either that or Ryan Blaney to finish top 10, but maybe I'll go ahead and just pick any, just Ford, manufacturer to win the race. That's what they both are. Yeah, it's weird that Joey Logano hasn't won this since 2015.
Yeah.
It's strange to me. There have been, there are 2 Daytona races every year, and he hasn't won either of them, about 20-something races since that Daytona 500 from 11 years ago.
I said a decade. It is 2026. Takes you a while to get used to the calendar year, I guess. I look at 2015 and still think it's 10 years. It's not. It's 11. William Byron has a chance to win 3 in a row, like I said. That's never been done before, but a Chevy car has won the last 3. Stenhouse in 23 with a Camaro. Yeah, Ford and Austin Cindric 2022. Last Penske win. Logano's last win at Daytona 2015. I think he's due. You know who we should have had on today was Steiny.
Yeah, man. And he's a Logano guy, too.
He's a big-time Logano guy. So Joey, Bill Steinbach, former fan producer, current anchor reporter at WTOV in Steubenville. I work with him now. And interestingly enough, I was telling Jolie about this. Give the Valley some plug here. I didn't start really paying more attention to NASCAR until I started doing sports out there because one of the rear tire changers, or the rear tire changer on Logano's pit crew, is a guy named Jake Seminara, who hails from Steubenville, Ohio. And his dad is a high school baseball umpire in the area, and I didn't know it was him. And when I was covering a baseball game the one day, an umpire comes up to me before the game and was like, "Thanks for all the shout-outs you give my son." And I was like, "Who's your son?" He's like, "It's Jake Seminara." And I'm like, "Well, that's cool." I'm like, "You're welcome."
That's awesome.
Anytime Logano would win a race, we would always mention, "Oh, yeah, his rear tire changer from Steubenville, Ohio." Kevin Gladman from Cadiz, Ohio. We've had a couple of several Ohio Valley natives make their way onto pit crews in NASCAR and things of that nature. Gladman, I think he's retired now, but from Cadiz, Ohio, which is also in our coverage area in the Valley, he was a mechanic with Austin Dillon. And we had him on like our local sports talk hour-long show that we broadcast on Monday nights last week. So like him talking about working Daytona and everything that entails, not just like, being on your P's and Q's and firing on all cylinders as a pit crew, but just the whole pageantry and the magnitude that the Daytona 500 brings every year.
Everything that goes into it.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's unlike anything else. Is Seminara still with Logano's team? Cool.
Yeah. I think he is.
They won Thursday night in their dual race.
Yes.
For positioning and stuff.
I think he's close to being done. I don't want to speak for him, but I think he's in his upper 30s now. And he was on the last 2 championship pit crews with Logano, and then he was on one with Kyle Busch. So he's he's been on 3 Cup Series winning pit crews, which is really, really cool.
Those pit crew members, they have to be athletes.
Yeah.
Even though they only, their in-race job only, details just a handful, 5 or 6, 7 pit stops in a race, but it's all about timing, execution, everything. Got to, no pun intended, fire on all cylinders as a crew. Those seconds matter. Positions matter. Not so much Daytona, but almost every other race, positioning's going to matter.
It's remarkable to watch.
It is, ain't it?
It is very remarkable to watch. So Logano, my pick. Ryan Blaney, Jolie's pick. Daytona 500. They moved up green flag again, right? Because the weather is iffy down there?
Yeah, inclement weather. So I think the green flag should be around 2:15. I think it was initially going to be sometime after 3 o'clock initially.
There you go. There you have it. Last segment and your last chance to hit the phone lines at 412-928-9370. When we come back, paving the way for more ways to win that starts at 11. So we're taking you up until about 10:55 or so. I'm Jack Hillgrove on a Sunday morning right here on The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt basketball yesterday fell to North Carolina 79-65. Panthers back in action this upcoming Saturday. They'll take on Notre Dame at 2 o'clock from the Peterson Event Center. Catch it right here on The Fan and on the free Odyssey app with coverage starting at 1:30 on Saturday. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Just thinking about how prices have gone up stresses me out. Everything's too expensive.
Yeah, but it's all good.
What's your deal?
What's my deal? I saved at Metro by T-Mobile with no activation fees. And I got 4 lines for just $25 each.
Wow.
And 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G. And no ID required.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro. Visit your store today. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention the 93.7 The Fan special.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
Sports don't stop for the weekend, and neither do we.
We are going to have so much fun this weekend.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Thank you, Pittsburgh. Your generosity is amazing. Can't thank you enough for your support of the 2026 NRG KDKA Radio Warmathon presented by MetaConnect. We were able to raise over $345,000 to benefit Dollar Energy Fund and support over 950 local families, powered by Dinergy, brought to you by Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Impact HVAC, Phillips Heating and Air Conditioning, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Nest Expressions Window Fashions. $345,000. That's some pretty serious stuff. 412-928-9370. Last segment with yours truly, Jack Hillgrove, paving the way for more ways to win radio with Andrew Filipponi. 412-928-9370 is the number to sound off. Last chance to do so this morning. Let's go to Russ in Mount Lebanon. Hey, Russ.
Hi, Jack. I know you have connections to Pitt, so it's probably over the last 45 years been probably the worst run athletic department in college sports. It'd be hard to find somebody worse.
I don't know, man. I mean, they competed for, at the national level for the volleyball for the last 5-6 years.
But otherwise, but the sports that matter.
Volleyball, Russ. Volleyball matters, Russ. I'm not gonna stand for that. Volleyball matters. They are building a $3.5 million arena for it. They've been in the Final Four the last 5 years. That matters.
It matters. I go to volleyball. So I've been to volleyball. I like women's volleyball. But when you look at the dynamics of sports, you have to football and basketball run the whole thing.
Yes, they do.
Starting with 82, when Bozic was a complete moron and tore up one of the best programs in the country, and they made from that point on, they've made so many idiotic decisions. I happened to rewatch, and I read the book about. We have a payroll made about SMU, and SMU beat Pitt in the '83 Cotton Bowl. From that point on, SMU went on the death penalty. Pitt could have gone on the death penalty. It would have been no different. It was after the decisions they made after that, starting with hiring Foge. That was the biggest mistake they ever made. And then it just snowballed from there. And it went another 15 years before they got their head above water at all. I mean, it was, and then basketball, the same thing. They're in a position now that the team is unwatchable. I mean, and they had one of the best programs in the country 10 years ago, and now it's a totally unwatchable event. So, I mean, the athletic department, all the ADs they put in, none of them have been any good. I mean, they've all been terrible. I mean, they just.
Well, I think the jury's still out on Alan Green because again, college athletics is. I don't even know how to begin to explain how to try to navigate it, and he hasn't been here for very long. So I'm optimistic for what he can accomplish. I mean, Heather Lyke had her faults. You look at both contracts. For both head coaches, and that is a thing that people cite as a problem. The whole Victory Heights project has been a problem. Scott Barnes hired Kevin Stallings and left, and with one swift decision, well, I don't know if it was his decision or that search firm's decision to hire Kevin Stallings, destroyed the basketball program. And I gave Jeff Capel a lot of credit for taking that job and at least, remember how excited people were in 2018 when they hired Jeff Capel? Jeff Capel, at least for a little bit in time, started to have a little bit of excitement around Pitt basketball again and took them to the tournament. But again, enough is enough. And everybody has a shelf life, right? Jamie Dixon had a shelf life. And Jamie Dixon did a lot of good things, a lot more good things than Jeff Capel did. I think Jeff Capel's shelf life is past due. 8 years, like you said, unwatchable. It's the same coaching staff. Again, I will give Jeff credit because after Kevin Stallings was such a catastrophe and such a dumpster fire, and that program was the lowest it's ever been, Jeff at least had some excitement surrounding his hire. It took him to a tournament, 4 or 5 years in. That was now 4 or 5 years ago. And it's the same coaching staff. It's the same bad offense and lost identity offensively that it sucks. It's a long way for me to beat around the bush and say that it just stinks.
But college sports now, there's only one thing that matters in college sports now, and that's money. You have to have money, and you have to put your money in the right places, and you can't be Victory Heights is nice. I'm a big wrestling fan too, but I mean that's another issue. That program should be way higher ranked than they are. I mean, Gavin's a nice coach, but they need somebody dynamic in there to get that program up and running because it's. I mean, they have one All-American every 5 years. That's great. They have one national champion, which was great. Vaughn, of course, he was great, but and they need that program for where it's situated. You should be one of the top. You should be at least able to compete with North Carolina State and Virginia Tech. I mean, those are the two top teams in the ACC. You should be able to compete. You should have 2 or 3 All-Americans every year, and that doesn't happen. But that Victory Heights, I don't know. I know people in Pittsburgh doesn't really. I mean, they don't. People in Pittsburgh don't buy into that stuff. They're not going to spend the money. People in Pittsburgh aren't going to spend the money to go to see wrestling or even volley.
I mean, Russ, thanks for the call. I have had you on for a while. I had to let you go because we're up against it, and Ed called in, and Ed dropped off. Ed, you have a couple of minutes to try and get back on here. I want to get a chance to talk to you. I was in the Pete when they swept Penn State in volleyball last season, and it was sold out. And I haven't heard the Peterson Event Center, which was built for basketball. I haven't heard it that loud since Ashton Gibbs was probably leading the team in scoring. Since, Steven Adams' his freshman year, 2013, James Robinson, that team. Maybe a couple of times in that year they made the tournament with Burton and Hinson and Cummings and Greg Elliott, maybe. But it was really the only time that I got good flashbacks to when Pitt basketball was an elite program, the way that it was for that volleyball match against Penn State in the Peterson Event Center. So, no, people will go to volleyball matches. So that I do disagree with. Let's go to Ed, who called back in. What's up, Ed?
Hey, so I don't necessarily agree with a lot of that stuff that gentleman talked about. He did make some good points, but Jeff Capel, okay? I think Jeff's biggest problem has been his inability to recruit big men to play in the paint. They have no presence in the paint at all. He's good at getting guards, and I totally agree with that. But
well, you go back in and look at and that's just not Jeff Capel basketball. I'm not a fan of the style of basketball, but if you go back and look at when they made the tournament, their leading scorers were Blake Hinson and Jamarius Burton, wing players. That is what wins in college basketball these days. The last time, and Cam Corrin's their leading scorer, I believe still, or he led them in scoring yesterday at least. The last time a leading scorer was a big guy to Jeff Capel team, it was John Hughley, and he had a great year that year, but they stunk. And I don't know if that's not a Jeff Capel way of doing things, or if it's just not a college basketball way of doing things. The one thing that I will give Capel the benefit of the doubt of is the transfer from Iowa State that had health issues. Deshaun Jackson was supposed to be that man in the middle, and Corrin is now playing out of position because unfortunately Jackson just hasn't been cleared to play. Nothing you could do about that. But in large part, you are correct. They have not had a dominating presence down low. And yes, that is not necessarily modern basketball, but man, I would have loved to have a guy that was 6'11" and 270 pounds, even if he averaged 4 or 5 points a game. Just his sheer presence in the post would have been great. We would have never known. And yeah, to your point, it just hasn't worked out.
On Jeff's last Tuesday night news conference, whatever it is that they do at the Pete there, one of the things he talked about, he went up and talked about nil, and he said where they are right now with nil, he said we usually can go with about 7 guys that we can afford to bring in with nil money that are good players. He said the rest we have to do on scholarships and a little bit of this and a little bit of that. So you can't compete with the big boys. There's no doubt about that. And it is what it is. But I don't think that they have a bad athletic department. Volleyball, I think Narduzzi, all things considered, in the ACC has done a reasonable job.
Yep.
Look what he did last year when he brought that quarterback in. That kid was an unknown, and somebody found him and brought him in. Without him, where would they have been from a football standpoint coming back from how they fell apart the year before? Give credit where credit's due.
I agree, Ed. Thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it. I'm up against it. I got to run. I'm excited for Mason Heinschel football in 2026, and you got to give Pat Narduzzi credit there. entering year 12 or 13, whatever it is with Pat. There's still some things to be excited about, and it looks like he's found a quarterback that he's been able to hang on to. Jolie, as always, thank you. I appreciate you. Have fun watching the 500 today, and I'll talk to you Thursday.
Good stuff as always, man. I'm looking forward to the race today and looking forward to Thursday night of this upcoming week.
Yes, that'll be Donnie Bachelor Eve. So we'll dive into, I have like an 8 a.m. flight Friday. Not necessarily super early, but I'll be looking forward to my flight to Tampa for the Donnie Football Bachelor Party, which is next weekend. Appreciate you guys as always for calling, texting, commenting, watching, and listening to the YouTube chat that went strong as always, as it does. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jolie, again, thank you very much. More ways to win with Andrew Filipponi is next. Paul Alexander from 1 to 5. I'm Jack Hillgrove signing off on The Fan. See ya.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile.